Welcome to another St. Pete by Night production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, calling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing Gaia of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warm forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hands. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Thought you'll never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is a World of Darkness role-playing community originating in St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Kent, also known as Misha Kent on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. It's Friday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Hell Hounds, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicles set in Tampa Bay, Florida, where a pack of young guru have traveled from Michigan to assist the Sept of the Evening Star in combating the forces of the worm, both physical and spiritual. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media listed in the description down below, and you can join our community by following that Discord link where you could take part in one of the many activities we have running all month long. We are now offering for players to run or play in 20th anniversary or Chronicles of Darkness games as well, so head on over and join our community today. Now let's introduce our players. Players, go ahead and introduce yourselves if you please.
Hi everyone, my name's Nikki and I'll be playing Delphine Ruin Speaker, the Silent Strider Theurge.
Hello everyone, my name is Jay. I'll be playing Fortune Failures, the Bonar Rune, and hard rain's gonna come down like gravity. Like gravity.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lilith, and I'll be playing Juniper Kameen, the Ragabash Black Fury.
Hey everyone, my name is Ben, and I'll be playing Raymond Gorn, the Ghost Council Philodox.
So, Pack, it all comes down to this. The season finale, the assault on Piney Point. You have been dealing with the problems of the plants pretty much since your arrival in Florida. Now it is going to be put to an end. Hopefully. But let's get everybody caught up on what happened last week. Last week, we had the mission to seize the cargo of the truck that was containing tainted fertilizer. In doing so, it was a bit of a struggle as one of the members of the pack was feeling less than themselves and, down on their luck. And they were a needed asset in this particular mission. But through the course of events, all things ended up working out as they should, and the pack was able to make off with the tainted fertilizer in hand. But upon the truck, they found a little bit extra as well, as in the unregistered cargo within the truck, they found a box full of glowing warm stones and a hatchet in a footlocker. These were meant for a destination somewhere up north and an individual to receive. And now, with the pack taking hold of it, they will be unable to receive those things. But they are very much worm tainted and could have a very negative effect if not properly dealt with. So that is where our story begins tonight. It is late in the evening or very early in the morning when you finally return to the cairn, having gathered all of the tainted fertilizer, the little extra cargo from the truck. It was an exhausting evening, to be sure, as it seemed like things kept going wrong throughout the mission, but you did manage to stay the course and get the job done. But the question is, what to do with the warm stones? So as you return and are met by Charles, where you give him your report, you proceed further into the cairn with the cargo. There is a definite resistance at first trying to bring the warm stones in, and at a point, you just can't take them any further. No matter what you try, lifting them, dragging them, they just won't move. Might as well be like Mjolnir sat upon the ground and a bunch of the unworthy trying to lift it. With that in mind, the scene is yours.
Delphine will get frustrated, actively trying to move this box and being unable to before finally putting it down, like not lifting it anymore. She assumes that she's been getting help carrying this, but she's gonna just release it and actively kick it with her foot, pissed off, and look around at the trees of the bond, just being like, what do you not like? What are we supposed to do? We have to bring them in.
There's no response.
I'll look over at Delphine and looking at the box as well. And even if we have to bring it in, I mean, it's obvious that they don't want us to bring it in further. Just because we want to do something doesn't mean that it's going to happen. They don't want this kind of talon. Is that the correct word? Delphine, is that?
Yeah. Talisman.
Yeah, they don't want that anywhere farther into the cairn. It makes sense.
Do we need to be in the cairn to properly take care of these things?
I mean, I was going to try to bring them to Eliza to help. I was gonna see if doing a rite of abjuration would work on this stuff. But we might have to see if Eliza will come out here to do this.
As if you willed it into existence. Through the trees, you see the silvery gray-haired, long sundress wearing Theurge, the Rite Master of the Sept of the Evening Star, sidle her way through as if she had been beckoned, called upon to be here. Oh, I see. This is the disturbance y'all were talking about, she says, as if she's talking to someone who isn't there. Welcome back, Hell Hounds. Lovely to see y'all, all in one piece for the most part.
Delphine will give a little bit of a wave and then glance at the box. We got a bunch of worm talismans here that we need to get rid of.
Need to get rid of it indeed. Can't be leaving these types of things in the woods for just anyone to find.
Considering that they're exuding what I assume is dangerous levels of radiation, yeah.
Well then, let's see what we can do about that. She walks up to the crate, pulling the lid open, and then just looking with a twisted look of disgust on the stones that sit within. How long were you all exposed to these? Just out of curiosity.
Delphine will look at Juniper and Ray and Forge, just wondering how long the drive was back.
Like 2-3 hours, 4 hours, like around that time. I mean, we drove pretty far out. It was not fun in the back seat with that.
We kept having to pull over to puke.
As I imagine you would, but y'all should be right as rain shortly. Now let me see what I can do about this. Pulls out one of the stones from the box. Gonna be quite a bit of an undertaking. I wish one rat would be enough to take care of them all, but it's likely we're gonna need to do one for each individual stone. While these seem, for the most part, to be not all that powerful, they can carry quite a wallop.
With having so many together in one place, does it just make it that much more difficult to deal with them if we were trying to do it all at once?
It's not a matter of them all being together that's causing the problem. It's that they themselves are especially potent. These types of things are meant to poison an entire area, not just the living within the area, but the ground itself. I mean, this is basically radioactive material that also has the worm's power within it.
I don't know if he'd be up to it, but Sean was the right master of the Hell Sept. He could probably help us too.
Could indeed. I'll go fetch him, and then we can get started. Delphine, if you want to try your rite of abjuration on one of the stones just to see how far it's coming along, perhaps that might be just enough.
Okay. Let me look that up real quick.
Being around all these wormstones, do I feel as bad as everyone else?
I would say yes. I mean, they're not even meant to be in contact with basically anything. Anything that they are in contact with, they affect. So even black spiral dancers would suffer the effects of these stones if exposed to them.
Gotcha.
Okay. So Delphine will get together her stuff to perform her rite of abjuration. She'll have like a lighter in her pocket, as well as some wire that she's formed into this kind of like the shape of a little flame. It's just simple craft wire that she got from the store. And as she performs the rite, she's just muttering the chant under her breath a little bit as she's preparing the materials, lighting the end of the wire with the flame symbol on it with while she's doing the chant, the one word like you would be able to pick up is she is almost like she's invoking Ember to inhabit the flame to purify this item.
Okay. Then as you speak the words, call upon the spirits to assist you with this ritual, go ahead and make the roll for me.
Oh, that's good. 5 successes.
Okay. As you hold the stone within your hand, you speak the words. The stone begins to warm up, even more so than it had before. You hold on to the stone, but it doesn't burn you. It doesn't hurt the fact that it's warming up. And in fact, you see a reddish hue start to inhabit the stone. And before long, the outer surface of the rock is completely blackened. And then it starts to crumble away, almost like charcoal in your hand. And then it's just black, ashy dust.
Her eyes widen as she looks at the crumbling dust in her hand, and she kind of looks at everyone a little bit excited, like just being like, "Hey, I did it!"
Holy shit, you did it. Look at that. It's gone. It's nothing now.
Yeah, one down. And look at the box. A lot more to go.
Meanwhile, Eliza takes the stone she's holding, and rather than performing a rite, she lifts the stone close to her mouth. And what exits her mouth is some of the harshest sounding, cruelest intonations a mouth could make. It sounds like a very almost guttural, something that would almost ravage the throat to speak this way. Whereas Delphine's rite took 10 or so minutes to perform, as Eliza speaks to this stone, within 30 or 40 seconds, it just crumbles in her hand. Everyone roll me a wits and awareness roll.
Four successes.
3 successes.
6 with a crit. I love not being on drugs anymore.
Brutal.
Brutal? Okay. Because it wasn't bad enough before. Let's see
Literally
what
not a single
compulsion.
success.
Let's see what we're looking at in terms of compulsions here. So, roll a d10 for me if you would.
Nine.
Okay. As you attempt to take in the situation, as you attempt to focus on everything that's going on around you, all of this activity, you find as You hear Eliza's tone as you hear the words echo in your ear and in your mind. You feel terror-stricken, like your core is completely turned to ice. These words, whatever she's doing, is terrifying, horrifying, to the point that you find yourself backing up more and more away from the situation as best as possible. I wouldn't say you're going to turn and run, but you're definitely not going to advance. And if you try to speak at all, it is definitely going to be with the hesitation and stuttering of someone who is absolutely terrified. For the rest of you, however, Forged and Raymond, as Eliza is speaking the words, when her eyes open as the stone crumbles away into dust in her hands, you can see that her eyes are, for a moment, completely black all the way through as she speaks. Delphine, with your critical and extra successes, you can actually see just around the edge of her mouth and along her hairline that there are black veins on her skin that just slowly edge their way in as she speaks. But then when she's done speaking, they recede back.
Feel like the hair on her arms and the back of her neck has risen just a little bit, seeing that. Like almost like a chill down her spine. I have to ask, in the lessons that she's had with Charles, has he ever had any negative things to say about stargazers? Has that little bit of nation ever come out?
I think he has definitely expressed the concern and hesitation, the reasons that stargazers aren't trusted. He couldn't give a specific reason other than that they left. They left the nation pretty much high and dry to go their own way and to follow their own philosophy. Although he would have made specific note to mention that Eliza is unusual for a stargazer, to be sure, and that she has over time earned a great deal of trust and her place within the sept.
Okay. She'll kind of, keeping that in mind, she will stare at Eliza very intensely, just because this is a little bit of a shock and something she didn't expect from her, considering our environment and everything and what we do as Geru. And she'll just look over to the rest of her pack to kind of gauge their reaction to all of this before speaking.
Before it even finished, I'd taken several steps back, and you just see a horrified look on Juniper's face in the direction of Eliza, and she's just like trying to form words and get herself back to center. And after a moment, I finally can speak again, and I'm like, what the fuck was that, Eliza? What was that?
She lets out a soft chuckle as she wipes her hands together, almost patting the dust of the stone off of her hands. A quicker solution, unless you want to be here all night. Let me make something very clear to all of you, something you need to understand. The worm has a place within the triad. It is a part of the eternal cycle. It is a part of life and death. While it may seem, or while you may have been taught that our purpose is to destroy the worm, and all of its servants, I want you to know that there are entities of the worm that are not sick, that are not out of balance, that have their place, that have not been infected. Our job, yes, while we do combat the forces of the worm, is to also bring the worm back into balance and try to find the cure for what ails it. So what I did just there is speak with the tongue of the worm. Such words have power, even the power to destroy relics such as these, talismans, talons. But it also does have a temporary effect on those who would use such speech. Makes them look all scary-like. But I assure you, it's nothing to be afraid of. When controlled, when used appropriately, when kept in balance, it can be a very useful tool, especially for expediency. But I promise you, it will not harm you. I will not harm you. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about this.
Forge perks up as he'll just say, so we're always told, fuck off with the worm and not deal with that shit. So we're allowed to get power from the worm then? Is that what I'm getting here?
Well, it depends on the source. Obviously, always check their references and make sure that they aren't trying to corrupt, because most of them will, in one way or another, attempt to find a way in or use what they have to the best of their ability to accomplish their task. They, much like any other spirit, have their own motivations and intentions on top of those that are placed upon them by the triad as a whole. So you can learn from them, but do so cautiously. And always make sure you know what they want when you try to.
Forge nods to himself as he's digesting that information, thinking maybe he could get some cool power that would be similar to this.
Remember, all gifts, rights, have a cost. Till you fully understand what that cost is, whether it's a cost you're willing to pay, always approach with caution. These abilities, these gifts, while they do allow us to do some very incredible things, they can also be taken from us like that. And she snaps her fingers. When we call upon gifts, even our ability to change, we are calling upon spirits. They are assisting us in these endeavors. Using those gifts too much or using them inappropriately can cause the spirits to view you less favorably, and in turn, potentially take away your ability to use those gifts, or any gifts, if they see so. So while there is merit to it, just remember, anything can get out of hand. Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Delphine grimaces just because the experience was not pleasant. It was a little unnerving, but she'll nod and she will just comment, maybe a little bit of a heads up next time. And if we're just because that was, she rubs her ear.
My apologies. She then takes out another stone and actually does go through her rite of abjuration, choosing not to go through using the worm speech again.
So, as Eliza picks up the stone and starts doing the rite of abjuration this time, as Eliza was doing, using the speech, I was definitely looking more, I guess, intrigued in a sense, and like just the process of it and what she was doing. And as she's doing the rite of abjuration, I'm gonna walk over to the crate and I'm gonna pick up a stone, and I'm also gonna try and use worm speech after watching Eliza use it.
So, worm speech costs a rage check and is a charisma and glory roll.
Okay. I'm pretty sure it's free for me to use from what you said last time.
That's true. It is free for you to use as long as you have the mark. So it's just the charisma and glory roll.
That's a 5 successes with a crit.
Okay. Are you trying to hide the use of this ability at all? Are you trying to... Nope, you're just doing it out in the open. So in a similar fashion as to Eliza, as he lifts the stone, he also begins chanting in a very dark and gravelly tone. Now, instead of the veins appearing in his forehead or the eyes going completely black, instead, his arm has large, black, pulsing veins. The skin looks like it's cracking with these black lines that just trace themselves haggardly across it. But the stone crumbles in his hand.
When he started speaking, Delphine's definitely would have whirled her head to watch him, and just would be staring at the black marks on his arm as he was performing the rite, or the gift rather. She doesn't say anything to him when he's done, and the stone is a crumpled mass in his hand, but she does give him a look of just... It's the most guarded look that she's ever had around Ray. And there is some concern in there as well. But she'll ultimately just give a glance to Juniper, grab another one of the rocks, and just progress into however long this process takes.
So I would say it takes the better part of 90 minutes or so to dispose of all of the rocks, including rest, recovery, moving on to the next stone. Yes, a rite only takes 10 minutes, so theoretically you could do this back to back to back, but it is an exerting of will that is causing this to happen. It does have an effect on anybody who are taking part in the rite. But Forge, it looked like you were going to say something.
Yeah, because, I may have noticed perhaps a little bit that Ray's arm looked a little weird last mission when we were transporting boxes. It never really paid much mind. The lighting was weird, whatever. But now, he has this freaky looking arm. He destroyed the wormstone using a worm gift that I was just told, and no one has said anything. So Forge is gonna speak up, kind of looking around at first, waiting for someone else to say something before he goes, are we just gonna ignore that? We passing over this? Ray just using a worm gift and his arm going all freaky after we talked about not dealing with worm stuff or keeping secrets. I don't remember us talking about Ray getting that.
I am also just equally as horrified at Raymond at this point, watching this out of fucking nowhere. And as Forge speaks, I nod my head. Yeah, it's so funny because I also remember having a conversation that kind of went along those lines, the whole pack, and this is pretty new. Is this something that you got from your bestie? Is this some sort of secret best friend with a worm man gift? What when did you start doing this?
Delphine will look over at Forged and Juniper and then stare at Ray while she's saying this. I assume, seeing as it's the arm that worm spirit we talked to went into, Forged, you were not feeling your best, so we just went and talked to a couple of spirits while you were incapacitated. But I assume it has something to do with that, and it's the cost of the deal.
Ah, right. Yeah, that part. What a nice little neat little trick you got there. It's so cute.
I'll be looking at my arm because I did not expect that 100% with how abrasive the black vein showed and how like much it affected my arm. So I'm also surprised at that. But after a second, wiping my hands with the dust, I wasn't aware it was something I could do either. It was just after seeing Eliza use the gift, I just had a feeling like it was something I could do. So, and it wasn't until, after us talking with that worm spirit and I made that deal with it. So I'm assuming I got it from that.
Liza looks over at Ray and his eyebrows are raised, especially at Delphine's mention of you all going to talk to a worm spirit. All right. What were the conditions of this deal, Raymond?
Well, initially, we went to get information from the spirit. And after the information was given and we asked the questions, the spirit wanted us to give it access to whatever we were building, what we were working on. If I'm remembering correctly, Delphine, Juniper.
Yeah, whatever we were going to. It said we were going to create something, and it wanted access.
And so we were discussing it for a long while, and the spirit said that if we didn't accept the deal and we didn't accept the payment that it wanted us to give, then it would erase the information that was given, and we would not remember what we asked or what we found out. And I asked questions that were more pertinent to my problem and to my situation. And I felt like that was maybe the reason why the payment was what it was. And so I offered, I guess, in my words, was a bit of myself. And it accepted, crawled into my arm, and left this.
I see. Well, I hope it was worth it. I hope you got the answers you were looking for and the information you needed, because you gave it exactly what it wanted, access. Because anywhere you go, it goes.
Got what I was looking for. And I think that the answers that we got pertinent to the questions that Delphine and all of us asked, it was worth it. And I felt like I needed to take on that burden to accept the payments. That way it didn't have access to all of us, but I guess that failed.
Yeah, who decide that is worth it? Who's saying that? Who's deciding that? Because I don't remember being a part of this. Did you guys decide it was worth it? I looked at Delphine and Juniper.
I didn't. I was going to suggest we just leave and forget what we learned. But Ray had already agreed.
Yeah. Gotta say that in that moment, it was not a group decision.
That's an awful lot of sarcasm for someone who's terrified to their core. Shaking in their boots. Just saying.
I mean, it would. Juniper can still be sassy when she's
Sure.
terrified.
Okay.
Defense mechanism.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. I can cut that. It's fine.
It's fine.
I'll
Go for
clean
it.
up. No, it's good. It's good.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, am I tripping for feeling like this is kind of like pretty crazy to have happened, and we're kind of just glossing over this a little bit and kind of making this a little.
No, we're not glossing over it. I
No,
told
it's
him
fucking terrifying.
I told him after it was done that the second, and she looks at Ray very intently, the second this Piney Point stuff is done, the second this Jordan stuff is done, we're dealing with that next.
And I agreed. If you guys want, it's something that we should deal with. I made the deal and, I paid the price, but it's definitely not something we should put to the wayside or ignore.
You keep saying you paid the price, but we all are paying the price because, it's going to have access to wherever you are. You keep saying this like you're downplaying it. Like, I don't know, man. What do I know? I'm just here.
No, Forge, you do bring up a good point, but I will admit that we right now we have another task we have to focus on, and this can't be a priority. Piney Point needs to be our priority. Getting rid of these needs to be our priority right now.
Well, I think I can take it from here. Why don't you all head further into the can to get your briefing for Piney Point? And Eliza turns her attention back to the stones, taking them out one by one.
Forge just kind of narrows his eye towards Ray. Does quite annoyed, especially at now him risking everyone's safety because of whatever deal he made, and fortunately not being told any of this until now. But he kind of just lets it go for now. So he'll just put his hands behind his head, let the arms lift up. He'll just stretch a little bit and start walking.
As they're walking, just because she does feel guilty that he hasn't been filled in as much since they've been respecting his feelings and everything, and the space he's been needing. She does fill him in on everything that happened while he was convalescing.
So as you walk the remaining distance to the cairn, entering into the clearing, you can see the large bonfire that's lit in the middle, casting light all around. Next to the fire, you see Charles and Stakes in the middle of a conversation, speaking to one another as you approach, but they stop talking once you come within earshot and turn their attention to you. Well, Pack, first I want to congratulate you on accomplishing your task. This was a necessary success, and you made sure that it happened. However, the work's not done. In fact, if anything, this is just the beginning. Because now we have to put an end to Piney Point. Our ability to cut off their supply, to cease their operations, was temporary at best. In order to ensure that this doesn't happen again, that they don't just simply move and start up business somewhere else, we have to destroy Piney Point. We have to destroy everyone involved. Now, I know some of you have a particular issue with the one known as Vanessa, that you've all made contact with her before. Therefore, she will be your target. Your primary target. We'll be launching a two-pronged attack on Piney Point. We are expecting a great deal of resistance, but we can't say how much. Now, with the assistance of the other Farah, including the Ratkin and the Mokale, known as She Who Shines, they should be able to cover a good majority of the forces in the front, allowing time for you to get to the administration building. We are in the process of making weapons out of the iron surplus that we have to ensure that every one of you has the best arms they can have going into this fight. Everything you encounter should be susceptible to that iron. But keep in mind, it does wear away whatever items you use. But do so as carefully as possible. Don't be reckless, don't be wasteful. Fire still works. And if anything, you can incapacitate and then move on. Any questions?
So, like, as Forrest heard Vanessa, he stiffened up and his eyes widened and kind of almost feels a sense of shock. Like, this can't be happening right now, right? Like, he always just kind of thought that this revenge thing wouldn't happen, that he wouldn't be able to get what he wanted. But now it's suddenly just put right in front of him. What he was aiming for, what he wanted to do is just there. And he's kind of taken it back a little bit. And as there's a moment of silence, he kind of stutters out. So, we're just running in there. We're gonna fight him, and then we get to take down Vanessa. Like, is there gonna be? Do we know what it looks like in there, or?
We were able to get some reconnaissance from the film crew that we sent in, but we believe that the information we received is somewhat unreliable. Now, Eliza was able to inform us with some of the information the previous Sept had in their encounter with Piney Point, but we do believe that much has changed in the interim. We know that the Umbra is not safe, and most of the spirits that have approached Piney Point, even from the Umbra, became infected. That there is a cloud of spores, both in the Umbra and out, that is corrupting and infecting everything it touched. That being said, we have a possible solution to avoid us from getting infected in the process. A temporary cure, an inoculation. If that is successful, then you shouldn't have to worry about infection. Till I have the full details of what that involves. I can't tell you for how long, but I will be able to tell you before you go in. We know that there are two... Oh, go ahead.
No, you go. My question might be irrelevant from what you say.
We know that there are two primary buildings. The greenhouse, which my pack will be taking care of. The administration building, which will be your responsibility. We believe that Vanessa will be in the administration building, especially since it is a bit better fortified than the greenhouse. Once you gain access, you move quickly and with as much force as you can bear through that building, destroying everything you come across. And when you find Vanessa, dispatch of her.
When you say with as much force as possible, did that mean we no hold bars? We're just plowing through this? We don't
You can
have to worry?
tear the building down from the foundation for all I care. We are leaving nothing behind. We will not make the mistakes the previous Sept did.
As Charles says that, my eyes widen, and the terror and fear and nervousness I was feeling only a matter of minutes ago, watching everybody just turn into crazy terrors and speak some weird, awful language, goes away, and it is replaced with a very carnal, desperate need to just destroy in a way that I haven't been able to in a very long time. And I take a deep breath and smile and nod my head. Oh, finally, we're finally gonna be able to just go all out, just fucking destroy it all. This is it. This is the moment. We're finally here.
Yes. Because of the location of the facility, we believe there is little risk to the Vale, as it is on a section of land that goes out into the bay. That being said, powerful does not mean reckless. Have to keep your head on a swivel. You have to be aware of what's happening around you. They have all the reason in the world to be prepared for us. And we don't know what other horrifying experiments they could have been working on in the interim. When we dispatched of the Vine monstrosity, it had silver-tipped teeth and claws, and was able to separate into multiple creatures and then reform into a single large creature. They have been working and had the advantage of time on their side for a long while now. Do not assume, just simply because of what you are, that you have the advantage in any given situation. They know we're here. They know we exist, and they have been preparing for us.
Whenever we face her, after we deal with her, do you want us to grab anything from the administration building, if at all possible?
If you are able to find any communiques, those would be useful, but they are not a top priority. Destroy everything that you can. But any correspondences with any other entities that may be outside of Piney Point, very useful.
So like a phone, like her phone, or maybe even her hard drive?
You can get it, but it is not the top priority. The top priority is destruction.
Delphine kind of gets that look in her eye, just like she really wants to go for the hard drive, but she nods.
You said we're going to be getting weapons and stuff from the stockpile of cold iron, but if destruction is our goal, are we getting anything else to help aid us in that?
We have some items being worked on. The Duskborn, known as Spud, has been experimenting with the iron for some time. But that being said, Artie has also supplied some sources of his own, including what he calls a worm program that, when inserted into a computer, will eat away at all of the data within the computer, like a computer virus. It should sabotage and destroy their systems. He also has plans to take out their power when we arrive, though we do expect that they have backup generators.
So would he want us to, so is that part of the mission as well, using that flash drive? Is it, I'm assuming it's on a flash drive?
Yes, it is not part of the mission, but it is a tool available to you. I want to have it in your hands, so if you see a prime opportunity to use it, do so. The servers will likely be in the administration building. But if you can't poison them, then destroy them.
I know you said that we don't have any concrete information on the layout of the building, but do we know at least how many floors this building is?
It is 2 floors. At least last we knew. Again, it's not concrete, but even in the illusion, it seemed to only be 2 floors.
Got it.
Does the Sept have a smoke screen ready for after?
We do have contingency plans. Yes, I have contacted and used some of my resources to ensure that we won't be interrupted in the process. Artie is making sure that there is an emergency blackout in the region. As for cleanup efforts, it will really just depend on what's left after we're done. Eliza will be keeping watch from the Umbra as best as she can. Jace will be reaching out to some spirits to see if we can get some spiritual assistance. But I can't stress enough, the Umbra is not safe. One thing that he was able to say for sure when he went to tour the facility is that it was swarming with Banes and infected creatures.
On both sides or just the Umbra side?
The Umbra side. We were not able to get a good look at this side because of the strong illusory magic that seemed to have been used.
I need to clarify my question. You did answer it a little bit, Charles, but do we need to do anything in the administration building for cleanup before we leave?
Assuming the servers aren't destroyed, the worm virus would help. But again, I'm worried about taking out the threat first and foremost. If you are able to successfully do that, we can worry about cleanup afterwards. But as long as any of their strongest entities remain, cleanup is the least of our concerns. We can't let them escape and start over somewhere else. We can't let any remnant of them remain behind after all is said and done. We must ensure total annihilation.
I have a question. Do you have anything stronger than Molotov cocktails or a lighter and some hairspray?
Again, we're working on that. I'll see what I can get in hand before then. But at the moment, no.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
We'll try to make sure as many resources as possible are available to you. But we do have a lot of angles we have to cover on this, ensuring that our Farah allies don't feel like they are being used politically, ensuring that Eliza can stay safe in the Umbra, ensuring that both groups have everything they need. But what we can make sure you have, we will. We will make sure you are as equipped as possible.
Is she going? You just said that the Umbra is extremely dangerous. She's going to be there by herself? No one with her?
She will have an escort.
Okay.
Believe me, it was upon her insistence. Otherwise, I would not have chosen that.
So you said this is a two-pronged attack. I'm assuming we're going at the same time to ensure that, no response is going to be able to quickly shift one way or the other. Is there any way we're going to be able to stay in contact with each other? Or is there something around there that's going to prevent us from actually being in communication?
Don't imagine contact is going to be easy, especially as we will likely be needing to shift into a variety of forms. Staying in such contact is a lot more difficult. Once we enter the facility, again, we are not sure what we are going to face. You need to rely on each other. And you need to rely, he looks towards Stakes, on your mentor. Because that is all I can guarantee you will have.
Understood.
Forge this whole time is just looking down, deep in thought, taking in what everyone's saying, as he just fully processes the situation, finding what's happening, and instead of some giddy excitement or carnal desire for destruction like others, there's just resolve, knowing that he needs to do something, that there's a mission to be done. As he'll look back up and he'll nod to everyone in Charles and just say, I have no more questions. I'm ready.
While this is a necessity to see this threat taken care of, it is not worth your lives, so do not throw them away. Live to fight another day. Give them everything you have, but do not give them your lives. If they must, they should take them. with all of the stubbornness that I know each of you has, and all of the resilience each of you has. Do not give your lives away for this.
With all due respect, Charles, and she looks to Forged, whose friend was taken by Vanessa. She looks at Juniper, who Vanessa is literally the catalyst of all of the bullshit that happened between them. And she will look to Charles with a fury that isn't normal for Delphine. She generally tries to remain very composed out of the rest of the pack, but there is just cold, pure rage in her eyes in this moment. And she will just simply say, "This bitch has had it coming since hell."
I'm aware of that. And you are being given this task for a reason. But do not go into this with revenge being your driving force. Go into this knowing that you could be preventing such tragedies from happening to others. Revenge makes you reckless. It is a singular focus that eats away at you from the inside out. And that kind of thinking has led to many Guru deaths. Don't add your names to the list for some petty vengeance. This is bigger than that. This is more important than that. You want to avenge what you've lost, then do so to the best of your ability. Not by being distracted, not by being lost, not by only seeing red. Because if you lose control, as we've seen in the past, could end up hurting each other instead.
My excitement kind of turns into sheepishness as Charles finishes up, especially with that last little bit, and I look over at Forge and then down at the ground and bite my lip, but I don't say anything, I just nod.
Don't be ashamed or embarrassed. It's happened to all of us at one time or another. But this is not the time for it to happen. This is not a controlled environment. This is a very dangerous situation, and they are going to do everything they can to throw you off. Stay centered. Stay focused. Stay on target. Or else stay home. Because you will only be a liability to the others if you can't.
I'll look around to everyone in the pack. I think that we've grown enough and proven ourselves enough in the past missions that I think we will be the farthest thing of a liability to this operation. I think we'll be able to get it done correctly, swiftly, and exactly how we do it.
You have proven yourselves at least twice now in operations such as this. You have dispatched of the infected leech and all of their creations. You have seized the last tainted product found for the border, hoping to spread their infection to other states, possibly the entire country. This is the final act. And with success comes great reward. Don't fuck it up. Don't second guess yourselves. When you make a decision, commit to it.
Charles, I won't let her take another one of our lives, another person from us. I'm just staring down Charles, and with a look of resolve that perhaps not really have ever seen from him before. Just completely serious.
Charles keeps eye contact with you and then just says, prove it.
He doesn't say anything. He just gives a slight nod as he walks away a little bit, and he starts stretching, starts getting prepared for what's to come.
Very well. There are no other questions. I will make sure you are equipped and supplied, even if it's on site. I'll give you whatever other intelligence we can gather. But be prepared for anything. We are working against forces we don't even completely understand, as we have come to believe and learn that they have been in league with some sort of evil fae who has been giving them these illusions, these infections. Your mind, your senses, they may betray you. So be alert.
We will. We'll be careful, but we'll get it done.
Very good. And I will see you all on site in 4 days' time. With that, he moves off, leaving all of you and Stakes. Stakes, who has a long neck bottle in her hand, just raises it to her lips. So, you decided to give me a night off or what? She takes a drink from it.
We can handle some things by ourselves. We don't always need a babysitter.
Yeah, I guess you can. Proud of you. But also, don't forget, I want a piece of the action too. This isn't about babysitting. I'm not
No.
broken just because of what happened in Michigan.
I don't think any of us think that you're broken from what happened. And we didn't intentionally give you the night off from our last mission. And I know that I feel that I'll be way more calm and way more collected having you there on this mission. Because I know that you can dish out some damage and fuck shit up.
Not going to really have a choice this time. Whether you like it or not, I'm going to be there.
Not like any of us could stop you, honestly.
Not like any of us want to stop you, Stakes. We want you there with us.
I know. But I also know that some of you are a little protective of me. Don't forget, I've been at this a lot longer than you have.
Good, so you can lead the charge into fucking that bitch up.
She chuckles and nods her head. Forged. She reaches down into a little ice box next to her and then ends up throwing a can in your direction.
He'll catch it and he'll look at it for a second. Then he's actually just gonna shake his head. He'll just say, I appreciate its stakes, but I gotta keep my head clear for at least until after this mission.
All right, we'll celebrate then.
He'll nod as he'll underhand toss it back to her. As he'll say, just make sure to keep it cold until we get it, alright?
She gives an awkward smile as if she's not used to giving human smiles and then just nods her head. As you all consider what lies ahead, the mission at hand, the threat, ever apparent, but even still clouded in mystery, you eventually go your separate ways to rest up, to prepare, focus, to go to war. With that, go to break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half where the Hell Hounds arrive at Piney Point. See you shortly. St. Petersburg by Night is brought to you through collaboration with our partnered vendors, Chromatic Creations, Panchi Artista, Ember Fox Dice, Champs Tramps, and Howl and Hop Tea. Links to our partnered vendors, as well as our Twitch and YouTube channels, can be found on our website, stpetebynight.com. You can follow St. Pete by Night on all socials with the hashtag St. Pete by Night. If you wish to support our programs, you can do so at ko-fi.com/St. Pete by Night to help keep the stories rolling. This is it. It's all come down to this. As you stand outside the barbed wire fence that surrounds the property known as Piney Point, stand near the roadway. You're not alone. While the elders of the Sept are present, there are also several other figures in attendance. Some you recognize, most of you don't. There is, of course, the Ratkin, all standing nearby, huddled together, exchanging jokes. One of them is throwing whippets at the ground at the other, causing them to kind of bounce their feet around. You can tell that they are charged up and primed for an attack, but looking upon them, you see just how young they are. Teenagers. The oldest one probably being 19, youngest maybe being 16. And they're about to walk into a hellscape. A battle that could claim their very lives. And then there's the other entity, one that none of you have seen firsthand. A woman with very dark skin and a single braid that comes out of a shaven head going down past her shoulders. She wears a tank top and loose-fitting cargo pants and boots, and she has tattoos entwining up around her arm that look like scales. This is the one you may have heard about in passing at the cairn, the Mokale, she who shines. a weregator, and maybe even something more, as words of dragon have been tossed around in reference to her. She is stoic and almost unapproachable, as her eyes, with a reptilian glaze to them, stare at anyone who would dare even come close, suspiciously. As the other pack talks, eventually Charles comes over with a small chest of items. He looks to all of you as he sets the chest down and begins passing out your weapons. To Juniper, he presents a cold iron sword. To Delphine, he presents leather hand wraps, iron studded. To Raymond, he gives several clips of ammunition. Forged, what would you receive?
I don't think Forge would have asked for anything. Actually, he would. And it would be 3 cans of Monster Energy.
Along with the Monster Energy drink, Charles pulls out 2 large iron gauntlets. They look like they're too big for you to wear in Hamid form, like they would just fall off your hands. But if you were to shift into your Glabro or even your Krynos form, these gauntlets could be equipped on your hands, as there seemed to be room for the fingers to stick out the end, allowing them to size up. He then pulls out 5 vials, all of them attached to needles to be injected. This is where he explains, this is the inoculation. Should protect you from any infection for 2 hours. Any longer than that, you risk exposure. He then offers them out, or is willing to assist anyone who is not comfortable injecting themselves. He then pulls out 2 bags, blood bags. You can see the red viscous fluid in them. You can even see the little spout at the top. From what the Duskborn has told me, this is called haze. After imbibed, it will emit a fog off of the one who imbibes it. Our plan, once we get to the gates, is to take the bags, ingest them, and immediately make for our targets. The Farah will be doing crowd control, handling the issues outside of the buildings. Your objective is to get inside as quickly as possible. Not get distracted by anything that happens around you. Stay close, stay together. For anyone who wanders outside of the fog, which is a 6-foot radius on either side, risks exposure. If you're outside of the fog, there's nothing they can do to protect you. Move quickly, move together. Some of you may even lose visibility in the fog, so find a way to stay close. He then pulls out 3 cylindrical containers that seem to have a button attached to the side. From what I've been told, these are cold iron grenades. You activate the button, you throw it as accurately as possible, and the shrapnel, which has been heat treated, will affect everything in the area without compromising the iron. If you need to, use it on the way to the building to clear the path. But use it with caution, because it is an explosive, and we don't know what the radius is of the explosion. Any questions?
How far is it from our starting point to the admin building?
We've got several hundred yards until we get to the fence, but once we get to the fence, you're looking at about 100 yards to get to the building. The greenhouse is a little further, so we will be traveling a little farther than you.
And is the travel to the fence also filled with all the creations and stuff, or is it just from the fence line in?
We're not sure. We did get reconnaissance once that there was breeze between here and the fence line. We also know that there is a line of snare bushes that surround the property. These snare bushes seem to be reactive to Guru blood, and therefore will whip out at anyone who comes close and try to ensnare them. Now, the vines themselves are covered in silver thorns. So if you get ensnared, it will continue to eat away at you as long as you're entwined. But we are going to at least try to clear up some of the bushes on the way.
Got it.
Any other questions? This is your last chance to ask them.
Forge will just shake his head as he goes to just start pounding away at these Monster Energy drinks back to back, amp himself up. And when he finishes, starts jumping a little bit, getting loose. He'll just say, "I'm ready. I have a rite we can do."
With that, Charles nods and looks to each of you one at a time. Good luck. Stay safe. Remember, you're a pack. This isn't about glory. This isn't about competition. This is about success. And at the very least, survival. He then dips his head respectfully and turns to return to his pack.
Forge will look to everyone else. He'll say, "I can do the Rite of Rage again. Whoever wants to join in, say so now."
Let's do it.
Knock me over, just don't hit me in the face this time.
Forge will look at her for a second, then just he'll give a small smile. He'll say, "I'll make sure not to hit you too hard. How about that? Or better yet, why don't you just not fall?"
Don't worry, we will make sure that nobody falls behind or gets hit too hard by the others. And I'll take a look at Forge.
As you all gather together, start amping each other up, start shoving one another like you're in the mosh pit of a metal concert. Forged, make the roll.
The funny thing is that it won't let me put more than 5 rage, which I have 7 rage die, so...
Okay, well then roll 2 additional rage die afterwards.
Okay. Let's see. So there's the normal, and then I'll roll 2 rage dice right now
Okay.
as the extra 2. No brutal. 6
No
successes.
brutal. Okay, so everybody gains a rage, putting you at 4 rage each. The 3 from all the anticipation and excitement. Maybe a little bit of anxiety and fear leading up to this. Once you are prepared, your weapons armed and at hand, you watch the stranger, the woman, move towards the fence line. And as she leaps over it, you see her start to grow and grow and grow until she is a 15-foot-long lizard from tail to snout with wings off the back. She slithers her way over this large kind of hill that seems to block the sight from the road to the facility. And a moment later, you see a bright glow from beyond as a gout of flame begins to burn several of the trees and plants from beyond. Charles walks up and twists the padlock off of the fence before kicking the gate open, and you begin your advance. As you move towards the facility, it seems like a really clean, efficient facility at first. Very nice, almost polished buildings, large fences that are well kept, a nice row of shrubbery edging the facility, and nothing else in sight. No people on the other side of the fence, no infected, nothing, until a loudspeaker crackles and a voice comes through. A female voice, a recognizable voice, a voice that causes a fire to burn within even brighter. As Vanessa says, "Welcome, guests. I don't believe you had an appointment, but we are always happy to be accommodating. I hope you enjoy what you see." And with that, the illusion begins to melt away. As it does so, what was a perfect, efficient wonderland of commerce and business becomes something out of a horror movie, as the buildings beyond are cracked and covered in grime. Those well-manicured speakers have been replaced by black bushes with silvery thorns glinting in the light. And beyond the fence, too many to count, in all sizes and shapes, including hulks, stand the infected. An early estimate would say close to 100, maybe more. And you can see them pawing at the fences and gates, prepared to advance. You see a yellow haze emanating within the air, as if spores are just covering the entire facility. At this point, as you're swept up in the sight of everything in front of you, a cylindrical canister goes end over end, spiraling towards the facility. It lands amidst the bushes, which swing out, vines trying to snag at anything that comes close. The vines look like they could reach up to 20 feet. as they whip out. But one of them catches the canister and pulls it down before detonating in a horrible explosion of iron and scrap and fire. This is one of the grenades, and it is indeed as powerful and as impactful as one would expect, as the bushes immediately catch flame. The iron searing away, burning away at them. It was a precise hit, almost directly in the center of the bushes. At this point, Charles moves up to the fence, and as he grabs it, you hear a sizzling on his hands as the fence and the gate are made of silver. But not to be deterred, he begins to pry at the fence, pulling this electronic gate open and tossing it to the side. Almost immediately, fog starts to emanate off of all of the lead pack as they go to make their way into the facility. As the fog spreads out, the infected that come to intercept them, start to sizzle and burn themselves, even as they make contact with the fog. They start to back up away from the fog, snarling and hissing, and projectiles start getting thrown towards the fog. Big chunks of concrete or loose metal from the ground. But the fight has begun. What do you do?
I would like to go into Hispo form. And while as I'm going into Hispo form, was I able to get an estimate of the radius of the grenade, having seen it? Is there a roll I can make to get an idea?
Sure, give me let's go with wits and awareness. Awareness should be good enough.
Three successes.
The detonation and explosion of the canister looks like it was reaching up towards 15 or so feet away from the center blast zone.
So before I go into my Hispo form, which I did pass the check, I will look to everyone who has a grenade, and I will just say 15-foot radius and fall down onto all fours into my large and emaciated looking Hispo form. Ribs are just visible on the side, and the fur is dull.
Even with all the improvements Delphine has made over the past several weeks, becoming a little fuller, a little more warmth in her exterior, you wouldn't know that she's improved at all from looking upon this Hispo form. It looks wrong in some way. What else?
Forge will shift into Glabro, feeling the gauntlets finally fitting more into place. He kind of hits them against each other to test them out for a second, feel the weight, as he'll acknowledge what Delphine said and follow after.
I will also turn into Glabro form, and I will be mindful of my backpack, which has all of our supplies in it, and a few of the weapons that Juniper owns.
Okay, go ahead and make the rage check to shift. And Raymond.
I will also shift into Glabro form with the scar on my arm, those black veins that appeared when I used Worm Speech appearing and spreading across my arm as I'm shifting into a supernatural form.
As you all take one supernatural form or another, go ahead.
I was just going to say that I did not pass my rage check, so I'm down to 3.
Okay.
I passed my
passed.
reach check.
So as some of you grow taller, all of you grow thicker, more muscular. Who wants to take the blood bag?
I will take the blood bag first.
Okay. First, make me a stamina and resolve check or composure check as the viscous fluid tastes like disgusting, moldy pennies combined with crushed up cigarette butts or cigars. Maybe even get the taste of exhaust in your mouth.
I just got a 5 with a crit.
As you allow the formula to enter into your stomach, even though your stomach wants to say, this is not food, this is not even blood we're used to eating, you are able to stomach it and ensure that it stays down. And almost immediately, a silvery gray fog starts to emanate from your pores, from your nose, from your mouth, from your eyes. It starts out low on the ground, just curling in upon itself, but it starts to grow larger and larger, forming a cloud around you. Now, such things don't come without a cost, so roll me an additional d10.
I rolled a 4.
So far, it seems like everything is fine. As the fog starts to peel off and out, as the cloud grows larger, you realize vision might be an issue as it becomes so thick that you can barely see what's in front of you. Now you know that the building is almost a dead straight course ahead. But it's so easy to get lost with everything that's around you, with all of the chaos that's happening. Everybody roll me a wits and awareness check at a -2 due to the fog that is obscuring your vision.
When Juniper takes the blood bag, I want to activate my sharpened senses and eyes of the owl.
Fantastic.
And I'm assuming this is sight-based.
It is sight-based, but I will actually allow you to take one of those penalty die off because of the fact that you do have sharpened senses, which will assist you in this.
I would have to roll for the the gauntlet rating's really high here, so like the penumbral senses roll would be higher, right?
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna risk it. I would like to activate penumbral senses as well.
I rolled a brutal outcome.
Okay.
Random question. Can you re-roll? You can't re-roll rage dice, can you?
Nope.
With the willpower? Okay. Then I got a 0 successes.
Okay.
I got 5 successes.
Well, you're fine, Raymond. You can proceed forward without any difficulty whatsoever. But what does that say for us? Juniper, roll me a d10 again.
I got 3 successes on my wits and awareness, and I got 3 successes on my penumbral senses roll.
Okay.
I rolled a 10.
With a 10,
Oh no.
as you begin to lead forward into the fog, do not suffer a compulsion. In fact, your brutal outcome becomes successes. You have 4 successes. Because, Juniper, you become a wrecking ball, rushing forward, running into the crowd, slamming yourself into the line of infected that have filled in ranks behind the pack in front of you. You plow into them full force, and almost immediately several of them burst out into these green eldritch flames as they make contact with the fog, not to be outdone by your forceful nature plowing through ahead of them. Now, Delphine, 3 successes is not enough to see to the other side, as the gauntlet is 4 in this area. But you and Raymond are able to keep in step with Juniper as she charges ahead. Fortunately, Forged trips and goes tumbling down outside of the radius of the fog. Forged, several infected immediately go leaping towards you. I need 3 attack rolls. However, they are going to all be at a -1.
All right. 3 attack rolls, you say. Do I get to include my specialty in grappling? As I throw them off and try and just focus on getting back? Okay.
Yeah, but the bonus die won't matter because you're at a -1, so you can just roll your regular pool.
Okay, there's 1, 2, 3. I will use a willpower in that first one I rolled, which was 1 success. Let's see if I can turn that to something better. Okay, first one, 2 successes. The second one, 5 successes. And the third one, 8 successes with a crit.
Okay. So as the infected launch themselves upon you, you take 3 superficial damage already halved in the first onslaught of them just dogpiling upon you. But you manage to get back to your feet, and using your strength and momentum, you grab one of them and swing in an almost helicopter-esque pattern, knocking several of the other infected away before hurling it into the back of the fog cloud that Juniper is leaving in her wake, causing it to explode into green fire before almost immediately crumbling to dust. Now, Forged, as you are the only one outside of the cloud, you see, and everyone else hears, the rending and tearing of metal as one of the fences goes down, and this large lizard creature comes storming into the parking lot that surrounds the facility. She lets out another blast of red and orange fire that completely envelops an entire line of the infected. You also notice the Ratkin come pouring in as well, but this is the first time you've seen them in their battle forms. They look like gnarled and nasty rat people, some of them standing upwards of 6 feet tall. A couple of them leap onto an infected and start just driving them to the ground as they start tearing it apart, and 2 other slip ahead. In all of the excitement, you all recognize it's dark. It was light when this all began, but now it's dark. Artie has cut the power. So, Forged, I need you to make me a stamina and athletics check to try and catch up with the group and get back in the fog before being completely cut off.
How about, would I be able to potentially use Hare's Leap instead to potentially jump over any infected and just jump at them?
You absolutely can.
All right, so it takes a rage check. I'm gonna roll that. Failure. We're down to 3 rage. Also, I would have gained 1 from getting hit, so
Yes, you
it
would.
doesn't matter. So this is gonna be a strength plus glory, so it's gonna be a 6 dice pool. I jump 3 meters for every success. Yeah, I'll take that. 3 successes, so that'd be
9 meters. That's enough for you to just launch yourself off of the pavement and come into the latter end of the fog where you pick up and start running. Now I need everyone to make a stamina athletics check because you are running about 100 yards full tilt towards the building. All right, see what we got.
I'm gonna use a willpower for mine. I got 3 successes.
Okay,
Deuces.
2 successes for Delphine. Okay.
I got 4.
I got 6 successes with a crit.
Okay. Juniper, you're just a freight train off the rails, just going full on, just straight ahead. Nothing's going to deter you. Nothing's going to stop you. Raymond, you are just a little bit behind Juniper, but maintaining within the cloud. Forged, you have caught up with the others. Delphine is starting to slip and fall behind. And if nothing is done about it, she will also come out of the fog very quickly. Forged, I will give you an opportunity to react as she was towards the back where you leapt in.
She's starting to fall behind. Would I just be able to, using that momentum, jumping forward over these infected and catching up, running ahead, can I grab Delphine into another hair's leap ahead to try and catch her back up? Just jump after jump?
Yeah, give me a strength and athletics to grab her, and then give me the hair's leap roll again.
Potential brutal outcome here, but I do have some verbs. So I am doing something. My aspect verbs are bluntly, courageously, relentlessly, and my tribes are infiltrate, pilfer, and witness.
I am going to allow courageously infiltrate, as that is what you are doing. You are infiltrating, for you to scoop up Delphine and launch yourself ahead.
Five successes, so that's 15 meters.
So you leap almost to the front of the cloud, landing next to Juniper as she charges ahead. But it is still a brutal outcome. So Delphine, this is not a comfortable grab and launch. Go ahead and take 2 points of superficial damage for me as he kind of squeezes you a little harder than he should.
Her floof is actually more bigger than she is. He accidentally just squeezed his rib.
Yeah. So 2 points of superficial damage as you leap ahead. Now I want everyone to make 3 attack rolls, as some of the infected are still getting in enough to potentially hit you. Now you can do dodge instead if you would like, dexterity and athletics, but you also have the opportunity to do 3 attacks to try and clear the path on the way.
I'm swinging.
Because we're running full tilt, and I still have my gun. Would it be dex and firearms?
Absolutely, yeah. You're not taking time to aim at this point.
I'll use... Wait, let me look at my willpower.
I'm gonna spend a willpower.
I'll keep mine as it is. I got 4 successes on my first, 8 with a crit on the second, 6 with a crit on the third.
Okay. So you are able to deflect, but not quite hit one of the infected on the first shot. It's enough that you don't take any damage either. However, again, not to be stopped or not to be dogpiled on again, you obliterate 2 others by smashing through their already rapidly decaying forms due to the fog that is surrounding Delphine. You just smack them into pieces. They literally break apart in pieces. And with the contact of your iron gauntlets hitting as well, it is a literal explosion of green fire and shattered shrapnel of pieces. Delphine, what'd you get?
I got 5 for the first, 6 with a crit on the second, and then 3 on the third. And then if for any that do hit, I get a +1 ag from my bite attacks.
Well, the first 2 you hit without issue. You bite down and throw them out of the way. It does leave a kind of disgusting, kind of rotted organic taste in your mouth as you do bite down upon them. And maybe it's the distraction of biting down upon them that leaves you open for the third attack and allows one of them to get a hit on you before they too fall to nothing, doing another 2 points of superficial damage to you. Juniper, what did you get?
I got a 6, and then a 4, and then an 8 with a crit.
Okay. First one hits, no problem. You just drive through them again, using that momentum of your train-like speed. You just plow, almost running over them as you hit. Another obstacle comes in your way, and you block more than do any damage to it before deciding that's not enough and grabbing them and hurling them out of the way, sending them end over end towards the dragon, little dragon that is across the parking lot, and it just snatches them out of the air and drops them into the ground. Raymond.
I got a 5. I got a 9 with a double brutal.
Huh?
And then a 4.
Huh. So with a 5, you kind of get a glancing blow on one of them, which is enough to send them reeling a little bit with the shot before whipping your gun around to the one that Juniper just managed to deflect out of the way and blasting their head off entirely with a second shot, just sending almost like a spark pop of the head exploding as you make a perfect shot to the center of the cranium. And then again, with the last one, you manage to just get past it. No damage exchanged. It doesn't take any, you don't take any, but you do get through. At this point, all of you arrive with Stakes in her lupus form just kind of maneuvering in between all of you. You arrive at the door that leads into a large concrete building. There are vines growing up along the side of the building, clinging to it, clutching to it. But you reach a security door, up a couple of steps on the porch, or on a small landing leading in. As you immediately try to pull open the security door, it's locked. And with the power out, an electronic lock won't open. So, what do you do?
Delphine will, after taking all those hits, she looks pretty rough. There's like foam like in the corner of her maw, just developing, and she's looking around a little wildly. But she is going to try to take a step back because I'm at 5 rage now after taking those hits, and I'm going to try to maintain focus on keeping myself in the headspace of the mission. I will try to heal some of that superficial willpower.
Okay.
I will look at Forged and look at the door. Let's bust it down.
So you notice that the smoky haze that has been covering you is rapidly dissipating. And the infected are coming in and encroaching in behind you as they watch this fog start to dissipate. Should have lasted probably a good 10 more minutes than this. But the side effect is a rapid end and a third of the time. So the fog is dissipating rapidly. If you don't get inside ASAP and find some way to block your retreat, you will have an innumerable amount of infected following you everywhere you go, attacking constantly.
So, seeing this, now we have a bunch of behind us. Security door, is it like a metal door? What is it made out of?
Yeah, it looks like a heavy metal door.
And Forge will just look over to Ray, nod, and just try and, I imagine he's just trying to rip it open at this point. There's no kicking this in. It's just trying to tear it open best he can.
Okay.
Can Juniper help with that?
Absolutely. Both of you make a strength and athletics. Or you can assist if you want to, but I think both of you would be better if both of you.
While they're getting the door ready, I'm going to pull out my grenade just in case.
Okay.
Delphine is just wildly snarling and barking at the horde that's approaching.
Willpower. This is a little disappointing. Okay, 2 successes for me.
I will make up for it a little bit with my 5 successes.
As you make contact with the door, start rending it open. The sizzling of your flesh as it makes contact with the door. Both of you take an aggravated point of physical damage, but you do manage to remove the door as it is made of silver painted over with a grayish paint. But the door is removed, and you will not continue to take damage as long as you are not making contact with the door. But it is open.
Fuck! My fucking hands! Get in! Get in! Everybody get in! Get in!
If we're to rush in, seeing if there's potentially a way to jam it, like shut behind us, or maybe collapse the doorway at all, or like try and do something to block the door.
Sure, give me a wits and awareness check. Now, Raymond, there is a horde coming. They are very close on your heels with the rapidly dissipating fog. If you would like to throw a grenade, now would be a good time to do so to buy your packmates a few minutes or a few moments to find something to block the door with.
Yeah. Have it reached the bottom of the stairs yet?
They are probably like 4 or 5 feet away.
And then distance from the bottom of the stairs to the door.
Yeah, like I said, about 6 feet.
Okay. So at the bottom of the stairs, I'm not gonna chuck it. I'm gonna prime the grenade, and I'm just gonna fucking roll it on the ground. So that way I can just start sprinting back, because the range, if it gets far enough, it's not gonna affect the door, and it will clear the front area of the horde to give us maybe a couple more moments than what we expect.
Sure. Give me a dexterity and athletics. However, because you are rolling it into an impending crowd, there's a possibility one of them might kick it away. So it is going to be at a -2.
By the way, for my wits awareness, it was 4 successes.
Okay. You have a few choices. In this immediate entryway that you come in through, there are a few desks and a few heavy filing cabinets and like bookshelves that you could potentially lean over. To collapse the doorway would take more time than you have, unless you were to use another explosive, and that would probably be a bad idea at this close of range. So, yeah, the best alternative you have at the moment is to just move a bunch of furniture in front of the door. It could allow them to get in eventually, but it could buy you some time at least.
And I'll start doing that as Ray gives us some more time.
Okay, give me some strength and athletics to move the furniture.
Not to be like, oh, I'll help, but can Juniper also help here as well?
Yes.
Forge would ask you if you did not help.
Okay, good. Because I'm just like, Juniper definitely would be helping with that.
I got 5 successes on the roll.
5 successes is just enough to roll it in between the legs of the horde that is coming in upon you. You can even see a Hulk in the center of the mass looming forward, and having fought one of these 4-armed monstrosities before, it's not something you'd love to do again. But as the grenade lands at the feet of the monstrosity, the Hulk, it detonates, and shrapnel goes flying out in every single direction, causing a massive explosion of fire, both green and otherwise, as the shrapnel impacts several, if not all, of this incoming horde of infected. There is left in its midst a broken pit of concrete and several small burning fires of the remains and leftovers of the horde. You have bought yourselves a pretty significant head start with that, but they will continue to keep coming. However, with the athletics rolls, what did we get?
3 successes.
4 successes.
That works. With your combined efforts, one of you drags a filing cabinet and knocks it over in front of the door. Another piles up a desk against it. You begin stacking just all of these pieces of furniture that you can get hands on the doorway. It'll hold for a little while, but if enough of them push against it, they will be able to break through eventually.
And as we're building this barricade, I'd like to do 2 things if I could. I'd like to try and heal my wounds. And as we're, filling up this doorway, looking outside, if I can see the moon, I'd like to howl at the moon as well.
Okay. Yeah, I'll let you howl at the moon. No problem. As you're still stacking up against the doorway, I'll say you have an opening enough to the outside to be able to see the light of the moon glowing overhead.
Okay, I'm at 5 rage, and I rolled my rage check to heal. I pass. I believe I heal 1 superficial, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Okay. I'm going to give an opportunity for a strength and craft roll to try and reinforce the barricade before you guys continue on into the room.
I
yeah.
can do that. Could I possibly use my specialty of carpentry in this instance to try
Yes.
and
I will give her an assist. Take an assist from
I
me.
will also give an assist because I also have craft.
Work makes the dream work.
I can't help because I don't have craft.
Also, I made it inside right after I threw the grenade. Just want to
Yes,
ask.
you made it inside. 5 successes was enough to give you the distance you needed to be able to retreat without taking any damage.
Five with a crit.
Okay. You have bought yourself even more time before the horde can catch up with you as you use everything at your disposal to create the most solid barricade you can. That will take a great deal of effort and time for the forces to move. You are now inside the the facility. As you are now in the facility, with no light pouring, you are plunged into complete darkness. The power having been cut off, backup generators struggling to kick on, especially after one was sabotaged by a couple of rats. Only Raymond can see what makes up this area. Yes, Juniper.
I just have a quick question. So throughout Juniper's training with Charles, some of it was spent blindfolded and without senses. So I am wondering if Juniper would have a little bit of like an upper hand here, or
If you've taken a specialty in blind fighting or anything like that, I would say yes. But if you have not bought the specialty yet, you are still just learning and therefore have not
Okay.
quite figured it out yet. And this is a very unfamiliar environment. Most of your training has been in familiar environments. This is not that. So
Okay.
without knowing anything that lays around you, without knowing the terrain, as it were, there's no assistance to be given at the moment.
okay. Instead of that, then, can I use my defensive awareness specialty to help formulate a way for us to strategically place ourselves around Raymond, who is the only one that can see? And that way he could probably call out orders on like where things are.
Yeah, you know what? Roll it with an intelligence.
I was gonna ask if I could attempt to try to use penumbral senses again.
Try again, yeah?
This is all rage dice.
While everyone's getting in position, I will take point, gun raised, and scan the area.
Okay. You seem to be in what looks like the office area of the shipping and receiving docks. There are 2 doors, aside from the one you just came in. One of them seeming to head towards what you're guessing is the shipping docks. Another one heading to an unknown location.
With everyone doing something, can Forge try and heal once again?
Yes.
His wound closing up as he huddles a little closer to Ray, going down to 4. Rage.
Delphine, what'd you get on that?
Lilith was ready before me if she wants to go first.
Okay.
I only got 3 successes.
That's enough to get like a pretty good
Okay.
defensive pattern. Like if you have you and Forge kind of standing at an angle from Ray where he could tap either of you on the shoulder, then if he's within reach, he could be able to signal you to potential threats that lay ahead, or at least give you a guiding hand to direct you. Delphine would probably take up the rear with stakes, kind of flanking in the same X-like pattern. But yeah, you think you've got a decent setup for darkness maneuvering at the very least. Fighting's going to be a little bit harder, but maneuvering is good.
I will whisper back to Delphine as I'm like getting us positioned. Like, are you using your senses? Can you see anything better?
So as she says that, I got a brutal outcome. But I would like to argue for ritualistically scouting.
I'll give it to you. That is an absolute
it's
perfect
6.
definition. Okay, with 6 successes, as you blink through to the other side, seeing what lays beyond. If you thought the first view was horrifying, the second view makes it pale in comparison. As this building that you're standing in, which appears to be made of rot and stone and plant-like vines is crawling, quite literally crawling with veins, clinging to the walls and the side of the building. They're all staring down at what could be their prey if it wasn't for that pesky gauntlet getting in the way. You just see several shapes around you on the walls, all of them skittering and moving and maneuvering their way into position. You all start to hear whispers entering into your minds. Let's have a composure and resolve check.
4 dice, 4 rage. Let's do this. 3 successes from your boy Forge.
4 successes.
4 successes as well.
I got 3 successes again.
As you steady yourselves, even against these voices that are whispering into your mind about your incoming failure, that this will be your tomb, your grave. This is where it ends. Manage to shield yourself from the impression they attempt to leave upon you. Manage to push back against their imposition. And as you do so, Delphine, on the other side, you see a mote of light drift in through the ceiling, coming through the cracks and vines that hold this place together barely. And as it lands upon the ground, a brilliant radiance almost blinds you, almost knocking you out of your penumbral senses. But as the light dims, you see 3 glowing creatures left in its stead. One, a glowing stag. Another, a glowing horned serpent. And the third, a glowing owl. And immediately they go charging towards the walls, leaping at the banes on the walls. The stag skewers one of them with its horns. And an all-out warfare begins on the other side, completely unnoticeable to anyone without the sight.
So during that whole encounter, at the sight of the Banes initially, Delphine her ears would have gone back, her fur would have puffed out, and she would have just been snarling reflexively at any and all Banes that were surrounding them on the other side. But everyone would have noticed a more notable calm immediately, like just moments later, as she witnesses those spirits helping fight on their end. And she would have turned to Juniper, who asked if she's looking ahead, and she would have just given a huff of her, like an affirmative huff. And I would like to see if through all of this, like this webbing, the walls, the weave, all of it, if I can see anything that would indicate, or if you, I'll leave it up to the storyteller. I'm either wanting to see if I'm able to look through the penumbral sense to see if I can see anything visibly through the umbra that could indicate which direction we should go, or I could even use sight from beyond to get an indication from Gaia.
Give me a wits and investigation with your penumbral senses to see if you can gain any information from it. Behind you, back at the barricade, you do hear the thudding of creatures starting to pound themselves against the barricade. It's not shifting yet. It's not nearly remotely close to shifting yet. But they're there, and they're beginning the process of tearing this barricade down.
So it's another brutal. I know I can't do it ritualistically, but could I potentially do it intuitively, Scout?
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll stick with that. As you
Then
look
it would work.
towards the gaping maws that would be doorways in both directions, one heading one direction, the other heading into what would be an unknown location. Get a pretty solid idea that that back room, that unknown location, is the wrong way to go. You don't know what awaits you on the other side. But based off of the way this doorway is almost gnashing its teeth open and closed, it looks like it's preparing to devour whatever enters through it.
Flattening my ears at the side of it, I will instead put my wet nose against Ray's hand and like kind of use my head to gesture in the direction I think we should go.
As you begin to try and maneuver, the darkness just consuming everything except for Raymond, who has the best view possible, a Delphine who has some sense based off of her penumbral senses, though the Umbra can be quite deceiving. As you go to proceed through the doorway into the shipping dock, you hear a buzz and then a flickering as several emergency lights finally turn on. Now, it's not a lot of light. There are still many pools of shadow and darkness cast about the room, but it's enough to allow all of you to at least see where you're going for the moment. Raymond, are you going to follow Delphine's lead and direction?
100%.
As you put through the door leading into the loading dock, it is fairly sparse at this point. As they've been shut down from operations for a while, even on the umbral side, which is nasty and gnarly, there are several empty pallets, bunch of empty shelves. That last shipment that went out was probably the last of what they had ready, having been shut down from operation now for many weeks. There is, though, one truck still parked in the lot. And then the truck starts to rock back and forth, until it's lifted up by a large 10-foot tall, four-armed creature. He goes to wing the truck towards all of you, and I need dexterity and athletics rolls from everyone.
I'm going to use a willpower.
Oh, nice. 6 with a crit.
What was that dice roll again?
This would be dex and athletics.
Much like my last bad roll. Deuces.
I got 4.
Five, no crit.
Okay. Delphine. As the other members of the pack go to leap out of the way, as this truck comes hurling, and it's just like a pickup truck, not a semi-truck. It comes hurling in your direction. You feel yourself get shoved as paws come to your side and push you, sending you rolling across the concrete floor as Stakes takes the full brunt of the truck, smashing into her, pinning her against the wall. You are in the room with a Hulk. They are blocking your only way through. Unless you wish to go back the way you came, but you know all that lies there is a barricade and another door that Delphine was very hesitant to go into.
Delphine will just bark at them and at the others to attack them. And I'm gonna go heal Mom. I gotta go heal Mom.
I'm gonna just unload on the Hulk as soon as it like fully stands up.
Yeah.
It just center mass, not fully aiming, just sending shots.
So as a new firearms rule that I brought in for Jace, I will also afford to you. You can double shot in a round, but you will not be able to shoot the following round. So it's kind of like a rapid fire in one round, but the next round you have to dodge or figure out something else.
I'll do it.
Okay. And give me 2 either composure in firearms or dex in firearms rolls.
I'll do Dex and Firearms.
Okay. And forged.
Tempted to go Krynos now, but knowing there's still more to come, Vanessa's still in this building, I will hold off as I will immediately run at this thing, knowing that Juniper will have my back as well as I go to engage it from the front, trying to take its attention so Juniper can get at its side or its back to attack it and with more vulnerable.
Okay. Juniper.
I will follow after Forged on the attack, but I will drop the backpack next to Raymond's feet
Okay.
before I run in.
It's just sliding it off your shoulders before going charging into the fray. Both of you make strength and brawl checks for me, unless you wish to use the weapon, which would be melee. For Juniper, your brawl's still there, forged.
Yeah, I'm not gonna use a weapon quite yet. I'm still trying to use that as a last resort.
6 successes, I had to use a willpower.
Are you impaired yet?
No, because I regained 1 willpower from howling at the moon because I'm moon quickened.
Cool.
1 away though.
I got 4 successes on my first shot and 6 with a crit on my second shot.
And Juniper, what'd you get?
I got a brutal outcome and 1 success.
Okay, well, you are doing damage, so brutal outcome's fine. So you're at 5 successes.
All right, 5 successes it is.
Okay. So, Juniper, you are not able to do any damage, but you also don't take any damage, as one of its arms just holds you at bay from being able to charge in, kind of swatting around, keeping you ducking back away from it, but not able to get a good hit on it either. Ray, your first shot misses, but your second shot does strike the Hulk. And Forged, you said 6 successes?
Yes.
you are able to get in there and get a good punch into the side of it. And as both the bullet and the gauntlet make contact, it sizzles as it strikes. It starts to burn away at the creature. Not enough to stop it just yet, but you have definitely done more damage to it than you have ever done before, having faced a creature like this, except for when the sword was stabbed into it before. So you know that these weapons you're using are very effective against any infected creature. However, Delphine, what'd you get on your healing roll?
I didn't roll yet. So I passed my rage check. God damn it. I got 3 successes.
Okay. So as you leap up atop the overturned vehicle, or the vehicle that's on its side smashed against the wall, you can see that Stakes is pinned up against the wall in her lupus form, with the truck pinching her between the concrete and itself. As you reach over and touch her, you can see some of the damage start to heal as she shifts into her Hispo form and begins to shove the truck off of her as best as possible, trying to shoulder it out of the way.
If I may, I feel like while in Luhispo form, I feel like she would try to be licking the wounds to heal them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you could definitely see some cuts on the side of her from the wrenched metal of the vehicle that she was smashed with. Next round, declare your intentions.
Because I can't fire this round, I'm going to run back and help with the removal of the car off of Stakes.
Yeah, give me a strength and athletics.
Can you grab the backpack while you do so?
It's there. I didn't say it. It's there.
I'll let you take the backpack with you. You saw that she purposefully left it behind.
Okay.
I don't think you just, with all of your supplies in it, I don't think you'd be like, that'll be fine. Like, you'd probably scoop down and at least shoulder it.
I just didn't want to be like, no, I didn't say
No,
it.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt on this one and say you wouldn't just leave everything you need just sitting there.
I just wanted to make sure that was still...
It's okay. Yeah, I'll let it slide. Okay, so Forge, go ahead and declare your intentions.
Trying to use this opportunity of this side punch and bullet, this creature being in pain. My goal here is that I'm going to try and just keep putting the pressure on it, keep punching, and if I can get an opportunity, just go for a haymaker uppercut into its jaw if I can.
Okay. Yeah, give me another strength and brawl check. And Juniper.
I am just gonna continue trying to attack with Forge and his gauntlets, and the bullets. I don't think that I need to use one of the cold iron weapons as well, so I'm just gonna continue just kind of support fighting.
Okay. Yeah, give me a strength and brawl.
I would like to use Raging Strike this time.
Absolutely. Go ahead and activate it.
I passed the check.
Delphine, what are you doing?
I would like to heal a superficial, and then I would like to also assist in removing the car from Stakes.
Okay. So,
what was it for removing the car?
strength and athletics.
Can I just give Ray the extra assistance die?
Do you have any dots in athletics?
I have 1 dot in athletics.
Yeah, I'll let it go. Yeah, go ahead and take an additional die there, Ray. Okay. So, let's go ahead and start with Forged. What did you get?
9 successes, crit.
9 successes with a critical. Okay. So as you go to feint a punch with one of the gauntlets, it leans down to try and grab you with 3 of its arms, and you just instead rocket yourself upwards with the uppercut striking it in the jaw. You can hear bones cracking mixed with the sound of sizzling as you just drive its head back, causing its jaw to completely rip off of its face and a burning husk to be left where the mouth is. Juniper, what did you get?
I got 6 with a crit.
6 with a crit. This time, as it tries to wave an arm at you, you duck beneath the arm and lunge forward towards its midsection, driving both fists into the side of it as hard as you can. Doesn't seem like it has too much effect, but maybe that was the distraction Forge needed for the uppercut that he just gave the creature. Hey Ray, what'd you get on your athletics roll?
With the assist from Delphine, I got 4.
4 successes. There's just pull the vehicle out just enough that Stakes in her Hispo form is able to slip out. As she does so, she gives kind of rubs up against you in appreciation as she passes by, but then she gives out a gnarly growl as she gets down low and faces towards the Hulk. This growl sounds a little peculiar, as if it's coming through mesh or reverberating, and that's when you see that her teeth are covered in a grill or caps that are glinting with iron. And she goes charging towards the Hulk. Declare your next intentions.
I like to imagine now that we have Stakes joining the fight, I hear her coming as I'll just quickly point towards his other leg. As I go for this creature's right leg as it's now reeling back, I'm just going to try and punch as hard as I can into the thing's knee to try and make it buckle and just destroy its knees.
Yeah, give me a strength and brawl. Juniper, what's your intention?
Can I say that depending on the success of Forged taking it to its knees, can I possibly make more of a called shot and try and rip its head off? If
Okay.
Forged is successful.
Regardless of the outcome, you can do that, but it's always going to be at a -2 dice penalty for a called shot. So you can make the roll, and even, you're in your Glabro form, you could probably leap up on top of this thing. You're so much more physically agile and strong. So regardless of if it's tripped or not, you could get up there and try and rip its head off. So yeah, just make the roll. -2 dice on that roll, though.
Heard.
Okay. Raymond.
Now that the truck's off of Stakes, I will spin around and double shot again.
Yeah. Give me that 2 firearms rolls.
Could I activate Raging Strike again, even if
Yeah.
it's a called shot? Okay,
Yes.
so I'm going to do the rage check for that. I got a brutal on the die. Is that technically?
That doesn't mean
yes?
anything. Nope. It just means you lost it's a brutal, so that's a 1 or a 2, so it means you lose a rage.
Okay.
But it still goes through him, and it always works. It just cost you a rage. Okay, and Delphine.
I have a question. Jay, do you still have any superficial damage?
Yeah, I have
Okay.
one superficial damage and 1 ag.
I'm gonna use Mother's Touch on Forged.
That means getting within swinging range of the Hulk, meaning you will probably have to dodge to get to him.
Ooh, I'm not good at that. Never mind, I'll attack.
Yeah. How are you attacking?
I'm following Mom's lead, and I am going to try to, just bite at whatever I can since I see that the other better fighters, I'm basically just, biting where I can.
Okay. Yeah, give me a strength and brawl. All right, let's start at the top with Forged.
Just a calm 6 successes, no crit, no nothing.
What did you get, Juniper?
I only got 4 successes.
Okay. And Raymond.
My first shot was 7 with a crit, and my second shot was 6.
And then Delphine.
3.
So as Forge punches into the side of the leg of the creature, the kneecap just completely dislodges and cracks as Stakes wheels around and bites into the tendons of the back of the creature, the sizzling and burning of her iron teeth digging into the side of it. It does start to collapse forward as Juniper leaps her way up on top of it and tries to grab at the neck of the creature. Unfortunately, she is not strong enough to pull the head off as the creature reaches up and grabs her from behind its head and hurls her across the room towards the wall. Yes?
Can I activate Porcupine's Reprisal?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. That's a rage check. I passed it. It's gonna be superficial damage equal to my glory, so it would be 2 superficial.
Yeah. Well, for your trouble, you are going to take 4 points of superficial damage as you smash up against this solid, thick concrete wall, having been thrown. Delphine, one of its other arms, sweeps across narrowly missing Stakes as she goes around to bite its tendons, but striking you instead, sending you spinning off to the side, doing another 4 points of superficial damage as it strikes you and swings you away. But Ray, with it down on its knees, you manage to pull off 2 consecutive shots, striking it in the chest. At this point, the creature drops forward onto its chest, collapsing to the ground. You see that the holes that were created by the gunfire, by the bites, by the gauntlets, start to burn away, cracking across the frame of this creature, breaking it into separate pieces and chunks that slowly burn away like dry dirt. They just crumble as the Hulk goes down. The rest of you are still up. Juniper, you recover from being thrown against the wall. Delphine, you recover from being backhanded across the room.
Can I heal superficial?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just about to say, can I take some time to heal?
How much time do you want to take?
I just want 2 rounds.
Okay. Because there is still the sounds of pounding in the other room as they are battering at the barricade.
Yeah, if I could heal 2 of my superficial as well, I would appreciate it.
Okay. Yes, Ray.
2 things. One, can they heal on the move, or does it take like time and focus?
I'll let them heal on the move. They can get up and move and heal at the same time. You see that there is one doorway. There's a bunch of garage doors which are clearly heading to the parking lot. Don't want that. In fact, you might even hear pounding on the garage doors as well, but it is drowned out by the sound of a massive roar from beyond. But there is one doorway at the back of the docking bay. You can go through that as your only exit from here, aside from the garage doors and going back the way you came.
Yeah, I wanted to just take stock of everything because that was there. We didn't see it. Now I'm like on a little bit more high alert for threats. And before fully moving out, I want to look around and then pick the best path forward that potentially won't have any threats, or if I can spot any threats.
Well, the only path forward is that doorway, so you're going to have to go out there. But if you want to keep an active eye while you are on your way up, roll me a wits and awareness. This is not sight-based.
I'm gonna use a willpower.
With everyone else healing, I'll also take a moment while we're moving to just heal one more superficial. That's it.
Okay.
7 with a crit.
Okay. As you reach the doorway, and I'll let this roll carry on for a little while. Reach the doorway, you don't hear any sounds coming from the other side. As you slowly reach for the handle and turn it, creak open the door ever so slightly, see a dimly lit staircase that seems to be leading towards the second. As you push the door open the rest of the way and move into the staircase, see that it heads up part of the way, but then the stairs are broken, crumbled as it meets the landing. To get up to the second floor, you are going to have to leap to meet the other staircase.
I'm gonna look at this staircase, look to the rest of my pack. Delphine, I can try and carry you again with this jump, but I don't think I can carry more than one of you.
How bad does the leap look?
It is going to be a minimum of 3 successes to make.
Delph, go for it. No, go for it, bud.
You can carry one of us over if you want, but if you just jump up there and be up there ready to give us a hand, I think that would be also a good idea. Be able to catch us and potentially help us if we're going to fall.
I will afford an assistance die if you're there to grab their hands as they're leaping up and pull them up.
Okay, then I will. I'll still do my hair's leap because I don't want to risk failing be the first one failing here, so I'll make it the rage check. Oh wait, I will ask. This might be a little late. Luna's blessing. I gave an order to Stakes in that combat, and I get 1 rage if a packmate follows my command. Do I get the rage?
Absolutely.
All right.
Question.
Yeah.
As more of us get up there, can we add an extra help die as well as we're all helping?
It's a pretty narrow area to grab onto. I would say probably not. There is still a railing as well, so it's really enough room. I'll let 2 of you do it. 2 of you in total can assist, meaning Forged and 1 other can assist.
Okay.
I got 3 successes on my hair's leap.
That is enough to clear the distance for you to land on the other side. Hair's leap especially, you get the extra distance so that you land on your feet on the other side. Who wishes to go next?
Raymond, why don't you go up there? You can see better than all of us.
Right. Sounds good. And I will kind of step back a little bit and kind of do a running jump.
Give me a, let's make it, strength and athletics.
The 1 help die for me as I have my hand out ready to catch.
I got 3 successes.
3 successes, okay. He grabs your hand and pulls you up almost immediately. You would have probably caught the lip of it on your own and had to pull yourself up, but with his assistance, you're able to make the.
Then I will position myself next to Forge to help.
Okay, 2 additional die to whoever else wants to jump next.
All right, I will go next, and I will just let you know that I did lose 1 rage while I was healing those 2 superficial, so I'm down to 2 rage. I got 6 with a crit.
6 with a crit. Okay. Easily enough. You don't even really need their help to get across, but you do end up catching both their hands and just moving your way past them. As it is a narrow landing, you don't want to risk knocking one of them off by jumping over them or any craziness like that. Okay. So Delphine, 2 extra die. Although you are in a wolf form, so this could be a little clunky, but I will allow you to roll it still.
So she looks nervously. This is very much a very like scared dog sort of approach, like kind of hesitating at the edge and like bunching up her muscles before taking the leap. I did get 3 successes.
Okay. So again, just barely making it. You find yourself like scrambling at the end because there's no hands to really grab onto, but Raymond and Forged both kind of put an arm under your belly and help bring you up the rest of the way. Stakes gets to the broken staircase and then just looks at both of you with a look of like, get the fuck out of my way.
I'll back up.
Yeah, just back up.
She just loops, clearing the gap with very little issue, landing on the other side. And from what you could tell, Forged, it looked very similar to your hair's leap, the way she like bounded back a little bit, perched back on her legs before launching herself forward. As you get on the other side of the broken staircase and make the climb up to the next level, Raymond, listening carefully at the doorway, which opens up into the next level, you hear hissing sounds or like scraping sounds on the other side. It's hard to tell what it could be, but it sounds like something just dragging and scraping on the other side. Doesn't sound right up on the doorway, but because of your really good roll, you can hear into the room beyond.
Being able to hear it and knowing that there's something on the other side, am I able to crack the door and peek through to see if I can see it?
Sure. So you open the door just a little bit. In the sputtering, flashing lights. Roll me a dexterity and stealth. See if you can do so without alerting them.
I'm going to use a willpower. Four successes?
4 successes. See the outlines of 2 humanoid shapes. They have the disgusting disfigurements of growths on their form. But what's even more alarming is the loose vines that seem to be dragging off of where they should have hands. Instead, there are just several long vines hanging off of them. They were not alerted to your presence. However, tendrils, the end of their arms, whip out in your direction. The silver thorns and the black, long, coiled branches drawn to Guru blood. If you get hit in this conflict, it will be aggravated damage, as they have silver thorns attached to the vines that make up their arms. You will also be grappled if you are hit, at which point you will be taking at least 2 rounds of silver damage before you get free. And there are 2 of them.
Can we just throw a grenade in there and shut the door before it detonates?
You certainly could, but you do risk blowing out the floor entirely, which could be good, could be bad, but it might also allow a hole for the creatures that break through the barricade to get up.
We could use the Spud Molotov and just set the room on fire. And just wait for it to die out.
That's true.
I mean, can we wait though? How long would it take for the fire to die out?
There's literally a gap between us and the horde now, right?
Gaps don't stop them. They have a hive mind, so they could work together to create a ladder of them.
I was gonna say, it's probably enough of them just to walk on top of each other or just climb each other.
That's why I said a hole in the floor won't necessarily do any good either, because it shortcuts them having to go through the docking bay to get behind you.
Really quick, 2 things.
Yes.
Because I've thrown the grenade before, and because I saw the grenade thrown previously, do I know the timer?
Yeah, you got about 3 seconds is your guess.
Part of the military training in the army is chucking grenades and cooking them. Can I charge the grenade, wait a couple of seconds, and toss it in the air, not have it land on the ground and explode like in midair?
Yes, but it will raise the difficulty. Because that is precise timing. Precise down to the millisecond.
What's the roll?
Would be Dex and Athletics.
What's
Wait.
your dex and actual roll?
What if we did the fog? We have one more bag of the fog.
I want to hold it. I want to hold it. This is not one of those times, yeah.
Actually,
What's
Ray, I'll
there-
make it a Wits and Athletics if you want to try and toss it midair to try and let it explode.
Okay, and because it's athletics, is it a physical test?
It is still a physical test, yes.
Oh, I could do this, 100%.
I
I'm gonna say fuck it and do it.
Well, the
I-
Wits, you're not getting the bonus from being in Glabro for this because it's Wits instead of Strength or Dex. It's a physical because of the athletics, but that doesn't mean you get the bonus from being in Glabro.
Okay, that makes sense.
What would your roll be, Ray? Like how many dice?
Well, if I do the Dex athletics with Glabro, I would be at 7, and if I do Wits athletics, it'd be 6.
Could we potentially help Ray? But my sense is not like helping him cook the grenade or anything, but just trying to hold off these tentacles so he has more of a chance to focus on the on this cooking. Like maybe actually, I'm trying to think. Because I can't grab them because I only have brawl.
So the tentacles don't actually reach you just yet. They were just drawn to your presence because they detected Guru. Now they have a range of 20 feet to hit you, but they aren't quite within 20 feet yet.
Okay.
I honestly, I think that we should go with Raymond throwing the grenade option, and Juniper will be ready to shut the door the moment it leaves his hands.
I'll ask you one other question, Raymond. Is intelligence better than wits?
No.
Okay, then yeah.
And I'll reach a little bit more because, like I said, it's military training. Could I potentially get a boost or like a bonus die because I've done this before in practice?
Do you have any specializations you could argue could assist you here?
No, I don't have any specializations I can argue.
Then no.
Other than handguns, like.
Yeah, no.
Okay, I'm gonna give it a shot. Yeah, I'm gonna prime the grenade,
Huh?
wait about a second and a half, and then toss it in the air. So that's about a second and a half of travel time.
Okay, give me that wits and athletics. Failure could mean that it blows up before it gets there and hits you guys too, though, that you waited a little bit too long.
Could I do the Dex and athletics to get the bonus, or do I have to do wits?
You have to do wits because this is all about timing. You're thinking about timing. Dex would just be hurling it and trying to get distance or accuracy.
Sticks with a crit.
As you open the door, grenade primed, toss it. It goes end over end into the room. Slamming the door shut behind it, you hear it detonate with an explosion. You hear glass shatter. You hear objects clatter and fall apart. Your ears are almost ringing from the sound of the explosion in a confined space. As it was inside of a room, not with the open air, that sound's gotta go somewhere. But after a moment, after the echoing sensation of the shattering glass and the explosion fades, you don't hear anything else. As you open the door slowly, yeah, you see a blackened space, just the walls, the ceiling, the floor, just this blackened mark. You don't see any creatures. 6 with a crit, using a grenade in a confined space, they were basically disintegrated by the blast of shrapnel and iron and fire. The room is clear.
I will open the door, still getting into the clearing position of going room to room, pistol raised, looking back and forth just to be sure, but I will proceed forward.
Hold on, Ray. Let's make sure the integrity of the room isn't compromised completely.
I'm not going to go too far in, but I'll check.
Juniper, give me an intelligence and craft, and yes, I'll allow your carpentry to apply.
Okay, because I was going to ask.
I was going to offer her an assist, if I may.
Okay. Yeah, so as both of you look over the room, trying to test the structural integrity of it, looking for any potential weak spots in the floor, the windows have been all blown out of this room. But is the floor still stable? Or will it give way as soon as it has any weight upon it?
I would like to spend a willpower.
Okay.
Okay. I got 4 successes.
I should say the floors are made of tile or marble, it seems like, and concrete. The explosion did do a little bit of damage to the floor, but it seems like it's mostly superficial damage. Like it's mostly just bits of shrapnel are embedded in the ground. You're pretty sure, in fact confident, I dare say, that the floor will hold, that it is structurally sound, that his goal of it detonating mid-air did pay off, and therefore did not blast a hole in the ground.
Okay. As I have a side question, as I am testing the floor, can I attempt to pick up some of the cold iron shrapnel?
I would say no at this point. It has lost its integrity from being exploded, and it can't be reused.
Okay, I just wanted to utilize whatever resources there
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so after I finish up testing everything, I turn mildly back to where I think everybody is and nod my head and say, all right, looks like it worked. Everything's pretty structurally clear. Just, be cautious still. Let's not just run. But let's get out of here. It looks good.
As you enter into the room, passing through, this looks like this was a cubicle area at one point, where a bunch of maybe call centers were, or salespeople possibly worked out of this place. You could see desks that are broken and shattered off to the side. You can even see some cubicle walling that has been knocked over or completely broken. Passing through, you hit a hallway. There's a sign on the hallway wall, faded. The print is almost illegible, just enough that you can make it out. One arrow says executive offices and boardroom. Other arrow says servers.
I would like to shift into my Glabro form.
Yeah. Go ahead and make the rage check.
I finally failed one.
All right, as you lose a
Yay.
rage, you still bypass the Krynos form to take the Glabro form.
I'm going to look at the pack. I'm not good in a fight. I can hit the servers.
Not by yourself. But
Yeah,
I can take stakes with me.
Remember, that is a side objective. And we don't know what's in there. You could be walking into something completely dangerous that we need all of us to be there for.
But also, I was thinking that we low-key hit the servers first. Because it might fuck up whatever
No.
she has.
No.
It's
I-
not the
Priority's
main
taking
objective.
her out.
You guys can take her out. I know you can. I'm not good in a fight. If me and Stakes go, we can get the servers and get her.
I understand what you're saying. But this could be a fight that we need all of us there for. Even if you're not good in a fight, you will still be helpful. And you still will be needed. We don't know what she's capable of. We don't know what else she has up there. 3 of us might not be enough. All 5 of us should go.
What do you think, Stakes? Because Delphine has a good point here.
Stakes lets out a puff as she's still in her Hitspo form. She looks down one way towards the servers and then down the other way towards the boardroom. She then looks back at all of you and nods towards Delphine.
That's what Stakes wants to do, then. I trust her judgment. We can take it. Just make sure if something happens in there, it's not worth your life to do it.
I've got the fog. We'll retreat if I have to.
And that's another reason why I think it's a good idea.
I will rub my forehead, pushing my hat up a little bit. Okay. If you think that is the correct path, then do it. But like Forge said, if it gets too much, if it's not something feasible, just leave it. Make your way back up to us. Because, like Charles said, this mission is about survival and accomplishing our main goal. Servers are not worth dying over.
She'll nod and then look at Stakes and just I'll start heading down the hallway.
Stakes presses her head against Juniper, and then against Raymond, and then finally against Forged, giving a reassuring kind of head bump.
Before they fully leave, and they start heading down, hey, I want you to remember one thing, though. Just do what the Hell Hounds do best, and fuck shit up.
Stakes gives out a wolfy chortle in response. Before she looks at all of you, sits back on her back paws, and gives out a long, bellowing howl. And as she does so, the song of rage hitting all of your ears, you gain a rage in the process. Okay. We are breaking into two separate scenes here. Delphine, you and Stakes start heading towards the server room. The other three start heading towards the executive offices and boardroom. Forged, Raymond, yes.
Would it be possible to like start marking the walls as we like go past them? Because I have no idea if this is about to turn into some freaky maze or something, but I would like to mark the way for Delphine and Stakes.
Sure. Yeah, as you mark the way, I mean, it doesn't seem like it's all that complicated as you reach another T intersection, one going towards the executive offices, the other going towards the boardroom. But you can choose a direction from here. What do you do?
Once we reach this T, do I get a feeling of which way is the correct way? Like examining each way?
Could I? Sorry. Could I activate my penumbral senses now that we've split the party?
Sure.
Okay.
I would say at this distance, at this point, it's a 50-50 shot. Can't say for sure which direction is going to be more beneficial.
I imagine it's like we reach this crossway, Forge standing there, breathing heavy from these previous fights, all this action, and the adrenaline coursing through him. And as he stands there, you see his hands start shaking as he feels fear start coursing through him as he stands at this crossroad about to face down Vanessa.
Okay, Juniper, with 3 successes on that penumbral senses, you cannot make it through the gauntlet. The difficulty is 4. So as you try to see the photo negative kind of coming in, it just fades away.
All right, we're just gonna have to use pure instinct because it's way too crazy here for me to see through.
Overhead, just outside of the building, you hear a muffled caw, or a doubled caw, as if 2 very large birds just cried out. It's weird because it feels almost ethereal in the way that it screeches.
What the fuck was that? I look over at both Raymond and Forged, and I see that Forged is starting to clam up a little bit. And I put a hand on his shoulder. Are you okay?
Forge takes a deep breath, kind of stabilizes up a little bit, still shaking, as he'll just keep looking from one end of the all to the other. I'm not gonna lie, I'm scared shitless. One of us could die here. One of us, we could utterly fail this mission. I could fuck up everything. But he pauses as he recomposes himself. We have to keep going. We can split up. I can go down one way. I'm good at defending myself. And you two can go down the other.
Hey, and I will actually take Forged's head in both of my hands and like look him dead in the eye. We're not splitting up any more than what we already have. And that fear that you're feeling, that scared shitless feeling, that's a good sign. It means that you're not going to be reckless, and it means that you're going to live. Because if we went into this with no fear at all, there would be no chances of us making it out. That means that you know how serious this is, and that means that you're going to do your very fucking damnedest to beat the living shit out of her and get us all out alive, okay? So, it's gonna be okay. We're all gonna fucking get out of here. We're gonna fucking kill that bitch. We're gonna destroy this whole fucking building and everything that they stood in it. Okay? Do not give up now. And do not stray from us.
Forge nods. You'll even give like a wave, like a quivering smile, and he says, "I wasn't planning on bailing or running away this time. I'm tired of doing that shit. Just think you're right. My body knows this shit's about to go down, but we need to. We can't let her get away with this 50-50. If we mess up here, it's bad. Which way are we going? We need to find out now. We can't keep here talking."
As they're talking, I'm just glancing left, right, and I'll glance to the main like executive office.
Yeah, so down the hallway on both sides, one side that goes to the boardroom has a double door that is shut. Hallway to the executive offices are lined with doorways, ending in a final doorway at the end of the hall. Also, I would say about 75% of these doorways are closed on the executive side.
I have a feeling that Vanessa would still be in her position of power and would stay in the executive room, overseeing everything. Especially if she said something over the intercoms. The executive room has something like that. So I say we go that way.
I agree. I was actually having kind of the same thoughts. And I'll look over at Forged again. Are you ready?
I don't know if anyone could be ready for this, but I'm ready as I can be. And he'll start walking down the executive hallway, footsteps echoing around him.
I would like to pull out the sword from its little holster. Well, it's a rather big holster on my backpack.
So walk down the hallway. Footsteps echoing off of the tile in the walls nearby. As you pass each and every door, you can see that the name cards on the doorways are all faded. Most of the names have rubbed off in time. Aware as you can be, Raymond, you don't hear any noise coming from any of those doorways. And then you reach the edge of the hall, the end where the final doorway stands. And this one has a shiny, brand new name placard that, even with the illusion, remains. That says Vanessa. As you get close to the door, you hear some murmuring inside. A high enough pitch that it's a female voice.
I'll look at Juniper and Forged, and I will just, no secrecy, nothing like that. We're gonna get this done. I'm just gonna kick open the door.
Okay. Give me a strengthened athletics.
Five successes.
With 5 successes, the door flies open, cracking where the lock meets the wall. Inside, see Vanessa. Stood by a desk with a phone as she's hanging up the receiver. My boyfriend's back. As you have now made contact with a green siren, you cannot recover willpower and you cannot heal aggravated damage. As you go to confront Vanessa, 2 of the doors behind you shatter as 2 infected Krynos werewolves walk out into the hallway. You know what they say? It's a dog-eat-dog world. Before we get to combat, we switch to the other room. Delphine, as you walk over towards the server farms, following the hallway, which ends and then turns, you can feel stakes rubbing up against your leg, brushing up against it as you walk, showing how close she is standing to you. You eventually come up to a room where you can hear whirring, buzzing, occasionally beeping. Yeah, sign on the door that says servers. Go to open the door. Of course, it's locked.
I would like to. I don't. Do I like so like through the umbra because I still have my penumbra lenses up? Do I see what? Like, do I have an indication of what's on the other side?
You see many pattern spiders hard at work. All of them have these weird growths attached to them, but some of them don't. They're just fulfilling their job. They don't seem to be bothered at all by the presence of the infected spiders. Being very objective oriented, they don't tend to get bothered by those kinds of things. You can see them moving about. You can see little glowing spirits moving along what could probably be cords. But you see nothing else.
I would like to, because I'm worried about like making noise in case there is something there that I'm not seeing from the umbral side. I would like to activate my whispered passage before I try to break the lock.
Okay, so casting silence about you. Go ahead and give me a strength and athletics to try and pull the lock open.
Could I argue strength and brawl?
If you want to just punch the door, sure.
Yeah, I'll punch the door because strength and athletics is not my strong suit. 4 successes.
As the door cracks, it only takes one more hit that you don't even have to roll for to break it open. Inside is a darkened server room with lines of tall stacks with glowing lights on them flickering. Stack, stack, stack. No normal shipping company would require this much computer technology, and from the looks of it, without even a roll necessary, you can tell it's all newly installed, at least within the last year. The technology is far too modern to have been left over from the previous tenants. Even the sign itself looked newish. What are they doing here that requires this much bandwidth, this much technology? Look around the room. You don't see any movement. You don't hear anything except the whirring of the servers that are a little further away from you outside of your radius. This would be where the search begins.
Yeah. So since I only wanted the silence to break the door down, so I'm going to drop it now. I'm going to be searching for like a main terminal where like because like all of these these computer server rooms have at least one computer where like they.
Sure. Honestly, easily enough. You're right. There is one computer amidst all these server stacks. Desktop computer, also fairly new, pretty high end, top of the line. It has a screen that's illuminated with a password login location.
Okay. I know I'm not going to guess the password. So what I would like to do, I would like to lay my hands upon the keyboard, and I would like to try to use Sight from Beyond.
Okay. Go ahead and give me the resolve and wisdom.
It's intelligence and wisdom, actually.
Okay.
That is 6 with a crit.
As you look upon pressing your hands to the monitor, your vision blurs until it looks like one of those old, only green monitor looks. You know, really old school computer. You see a long line that leads to the outline of a house. You see 2 taller figures, one a male, one female, and then 3 smaller figures, 2 of them male, one of them female. As you watch it, one of the smaller male figures disappears, leaving just one male and one female among the smaller figures. And then the letters type out, "Call me by my true name."
In the in the briefings we've had with the pack and the Sapt, we've been told about Baylor, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna type Baylor.
Type in the letters. Says incorrect password.
I think for a moment. Does anything about what I saw resonate with Delphine? Like, because I know that I have Crafty thinks she knows what it is, but I don't want to meta. And I is it resonating? Is any of what I saw of the vision resonating with me?
Something about the disappearance of one of the smaller male figures triggers a memory, a story you were told. Someone going missing. As you blink at the screen a couple of times, the letters that make up incorrect password blur. Vision isn't over. As the letters unscramble, it says, "I am my brother's keeper."
I would like to type in the name Jacob.
Computer unlocks. And in the desktop screen is a picture of an infant child wearing a black Santa hat, sat in front of a Christmas tree.
And I have seen this child before, so I recognize Cooper. I'm going to take the time to look through what I can find.
Your wits and technology.
Okay, so it is a brutal. Would would my verbs work intuitively or contemplating scouting?
That's a good question. This isn't really scouting at this point. This is investigating.
I'm trying to deliver the information of Forge's son to him. You can say no. You can say no.
Oh boy, that
What if I
is.
succeed? Can I succeed at a cost?
You can succeed at a cost. Yes, I will let you succeed at a cost. The cost is about to be revealed.
Okay.
As you begin digging through the files, you find a confirmation email from a car rental service for a luxury sedan, matching the description of the car you found in the storage unit. You also find another email with confirmed flight information for a flight that was supposed to arrive a couple months ago at this point. You then see a whole folder that says correspondences. As you go to open the folder, the monitor goes dark as you hear a cord get unplugged. Female voice behind you says, "Oh no, Looky Lou, that's not for you." As Vanessa stands behind you in the doorway. Because you are making contact with the green siren, you cannot recover willpower and you cannot heal aggravated damage. She says, "I think you've seen more than enough. But I like this game." And she knocks over one of the server towers. And it ignites. Fire starting to spread into the room. What do you want to do? Your exit is obstructed.
I look at Stakes. Is she?
She is growling. Her hair is standing on end as she is facing the doorway.
How intense do the flames look?
They're growing. Especially as they will probably be fueled more the more of these servers start to explode.
Okay. I can't risk getting stuck here with no exit. So what I will do is I'm going to put the flash drive in the computer.
Computer doesn't have any power.
Oh, that's right. Never mind. I forgot. Sorry. I forget. Technology needs electricity. Fuck. Okay. I'm gonna try to get out.
So you're going to try to leap past the fire.
Yeah.
Give me a composure and resolve to see if you can even muster the courage to do so, as fire is one of the only things that can destroy you.
Four successes?
Build up the courage, taking a few deep breaths, taking out the shape of the doorway. You hear Stakes take off. You see her just go running towards the door and leap through the fire, and you hear her tackle Vanessa, who lets out a scream of surprise. And then you hear a gunshot and a yelp. Roll me a Dex and Athletics to try and leap through the fire to the other side.
Would my my favor work here because it is an athletics pool for escaping?
Yes.
Four successes.
As you run past the servers, you are almost chased in a dramatic way only movies know how to do best, with servers blowing up behind you with each step, explosions sending sparks all across the floor. As you leap through the fire, feeling that heat pressing against your skin, clothes, soles of your shoes. Come rolling out the other side of the flames just eating away at the doorway and the room beyond. Smoke starting to pour out of the door. In front of you, you see Vanessa standing over a downed Hispo wolf. You can see smoke or sizzling emanating from a wound in her side. Only one thing could do that, a silver bullet. He has the gun leveled at the wolf's brain. She looks at you. Are you feeling lucky?
How does Stakes look?
Not great.
Put it down.
Gladly. Just need to take a couple more shots first.
No! And I'm gonna launch myself at her.
Okay, give me a strength and brawl. Meanwhile, in the executive offices, two Rhinos Guru, or what were once Guru, have smashed through the doorways of two separate offices behind you in the hallway. Vanessa stands in front of you. What are you going to do? Declare your intentions as we enter into combat.
There's a moment as they break through the door. Forge quickly turns to the other two as he comes across this crossroad now of which enemy to engage, as he's just simply going to ask Ray and Juniper, do you got this?
I'll look at Forged and nod. We got this.
Turn towards Vanessa as I'm entering into her office, growing in size, fur starting to show on my skin, hand reaching the door frame, turning to large claws as I will enter Krynos and go to engage Vanessa.
Okay, give me the 2 rage checks.
Yes.
I will ask, however, that you make a dexterity and athletics roll as a gunshot goes off in your direction as you try to advance on Vanessa.
I fail one, so I'm at rage 3. And the dexterity athletics, I'll have, I won't have my full Krynos bonus, but I'll still have some.
So that plus 2. Jennifer, what are you doing?
As Forge looks at us and asks us if we got it, if we can handle, the 2 fucking Krynos form infected guru standing before us, so that he can take care of Vanessa. And as Ray nods his head, says, "We got this," I direct all of my attention to Krynos, and I pull the sword up, and I get ready to attack, and I would like to use Spirit of the Fray.
Okay, give me a strength and melee. You're using the sword. Raymond.
Yep.
As Juniper advances, I am right behind her, as I will also turn into Krynos and engage one of the infected Krynos in front of us.
Okay. Make the 2 rage checks, and then roll me a strength and brawl.
I will say that I did pass
Pass
the rage.
one.
Yeah, for the Spirit of the Fray?
Yes,
Cool.
I passed
Yeah.
both to attack them both.
Awesome.
For my dex and athletics, I had to spend a willpower. I was not going to do very good. I'm now impaired. But I got 4 successes total.
As you change and move into the office, preparing to approach Vanessa, the gunshot goes off. A searing pain enters your shoulder as you take 3 aggravated damage from the gunshot. Okay. I should mention, taking the stain will not heal your willpower. You cannot regain willpower, period. For 24 hours. Okay. Juniper, what'd you get?
I got 7 with a crit.
Raymond, what'd you get?
I got 7 with a brutal.
Okay. As you hear the gunshot go off behind you, both charge forward into the awaiting guru, who launch themselves at you. But they are not quick enough to avoid a arcing blade that strikes one, slashing across its chest, and then finds its way to the second one, also slashing across them. At this point, following the swing of the sword, Raymond rolls into one of them, sending them further down the hallway as he tackles them and takes them down to the ground. Declare your next intentions, starting with you, Forged, then Juniper, then Raymond.
After getting shot, kind of recoiled with the pain and howling for now finally just having to probably cover enough distance to just lunge at her with my teeth, trying to tear. I imagine it's just tearing her arm, well, whatever arm's holding the gun, you know, not trying to take it out of her hands, but just tearing her up.
Okay, give me a strength and brawl. Juniper, you have one right in front of you. The other one's about a good 5 or 6 feet away. Raymond just barrels into them.
I think that I am just gonna focus on the one that's directly in front of me this turn.
Okay.
So I would like to activate Raging Strike.
Okay. Raging Strike only works with brawl. Specifically says brawl attack.
Oh, you know what? You're right. That was my bad.
Now, it worked the last time you did it when you were downstairs because you were just using your hands, but
Yep, I have.
this is an
I got
actual
it
weapon.
now. Yeah. Sorry, because I had just used Spirit of the Fray, so it says brawl or melee, so I just kind of got the two.
I get it.
So a regular attack.
Raymond, you have one pinned down at the moment, having just basically speared it off its feet.
I will having on the ground, just open my jaws and just go straight for its neck and try to bite and rip.
Okay. Give me a strength and brawl as well. So, Forged.
9 successes with a crit.
Okay. You make contact with Vanessa, undoubtedly. You bite down upon her arm. And yes, you do rip it off. She lets out a scream of pain as she falls back against the wall. This black oozing blood coming out of the stump of her arm. But as it's torn off, she pulls out an inhaler and takes a puff of it. And all of a sudden, from the stump, a mushroom arm starts to grow out of the stump. And she infects herself. Hey, Juniper.
I only got 5 successes this time.
5 successes. You kind of just swing the sword. It tries to claw at you. You both miss each other as you both sidestep at the same time. No damage is exchanged. Raymond.
I got 8 with a crit.
You have them down, and now you are biting down hard upon where their throat would be. You feel your mouth fill with the most viscous, disgusting, almost toxic blood. Like if a portobello mushroom was sitting in blood for, I don't know, 6 years? It's so disgusting. But you have bitten down hard upon its throat. Next round, declare your intentions.
At this point, seeing her, like, after falling back and growing this mushroom arm, essentially goes to try and pin her against the wall with one of his large claws, trying to hold her in place for a moment so he can reach in and just try and bite at her neck and just tear as much as he can.
Okay, give me another strength and brawl. Juniper.
I'm doing the same thing. I'm focused on this one. Raymond clearly has that other one just fucking dead to rights right now, so
Okay.
I think I can still just focus on this one.
And Raymond.
I mean, I'm already biting. Rip and tear until it's done.
That's strength and brawl. While we come to the results of those in a moment, let's go back to the hallway outside of the server room. Delphine, you have leapt at Vanessa, who has a gun trained on stakes. What do you do? What did you get?
I got 5 successes.
5 successes. It's just enough to knock her aside, the gun going off, but not hitting stakes in the process. Don't do any damage, but you did manage to stop her from doing any damage.
I do this, I am snarling at her face, like, you will not fucking touch her! And I am going to shift into Krynos.
Made the 2 rage checks.
Succeeded 1, lost 1. So now I'm at
Yes.
4 rage.
Go up into your hulking war form. You can attack at a -2 if you would like.
Absolutely, I'm going to do that. Oh wait, I'm at -1 rage. I'm at 4 rage now, so I rolled with 5 rage dice. Let me re-roll that. Okay. It is 4 with a brutal.
Okay. As you move forward, attempting to engage with Vanessa, she rights herself, having not been disarmed, and turns the gun on you. And as she squeezes the trigger, you feel a burning hot pain enter your belly. As you take 3 aggravated damage, being shot, unable to get to her to do any further harm. I need you to make a Dex and Athletics roll, -1, as another female voice hears from behind you saying, "Well, that wasn't very nice." And a second Vanessa manifests in the hallway.
Sorry, Bath is hard. Okay, that is going to be 6 with a crit.
You do manage to duck out of the way, or perhaps hunch down, having been shot in the stomach, and the bullet goes whizzing over your head. What would you like to do?
First, I would like to heal a superficial, because I still can't do that, though. Right?
Still can do that. You just can't heal aggravated.
All right, I pass. I'm good. I'm going to roar at stakes to get up and fight.
Give me a charisma and leadership.
That's 1 dice. It's a success, but it's still just a single success.
Yeah. Stakes isn't moving at the moment.
Perfect. Yeah, I can't leave her, and I refuse to leave her. I'm just going to... I want to throw the Vanessa I'm fighting at the other Vanessa.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a strength and brawl. You have your full pool now, having made the transition.
I'm going to spend a willpower. All right. That will be 7 with a brutal.
As you grab the one Vanessa up, digging your claws into her, you turn to fling her at the other Vanessa, but you stop short as you see her giving the wickedest smile ever, prepared to pull the gun trigger on Stakes. And as the shot rings out, it hits only cement as Stakes quickly darts up and dives into the Vanessa, smashing her against the wall, her jaws around the head of the green siren. You, instead of throwing the Vanessa you have hands on, just drive her down into the ground, smashing her like the Hulk did to Loki over and over and over again. The cement breaking under each smash. With this, you defeat both Vanessas through your combined efforts and 3 rounds and out. Meanwhile, almost simultaneously, Forged, what'd you get?
I got another 9 with a crit.
With the crit. Juniper, what'd you get?
I got 8 successes with a brutal outcome and a crit.
Raymond, what did you get?
I got 9 with a double crit.
With almost impossible odds, at the moment, 2 Vanessas die some 200 yards away. So too do 2 Krynos werewolves and a 3rd Vanessa, as all 3 of you succeed in completely dismantling the bodies in front of you. Juniper driving the sword down and twisting before running it out the side. You see just a burning, sizzling sensation as they are infected. The iron works against them. Raymond tearing the throat out and the head off of your werewolf. It's a temporary fix because you have not done any iron or silver damage to it, but with Juniper waiting nearby, he's able to assist you in dispatching yours. And finally, Forged, biting down into her neck. You hear her gasping, and it's followed by a spluttering sensation as the blood starts to fill her throat and come out of her mouth. She says, "This won't help you save him." Before you drive the gauntlet into her face, crushing her head like a watermelon, smashing it against the wall, leaving just a blood stain and a business dress suit on the floor. The conflict is concluded. You have achieved your objective. What do you do now?
After punching Vanessa into pace, you just keep hearing the sound of punches. You're shaking the building a little bit. You just keep punching this suit over and over as he starts shifting, shrinking back down into his Hamid as his punches grow weaker, you see tears in his eyes as he just keeps punching until he has out of breath, no energy, and his fist just rests in blood. He just stares down his bloody fist, tears welling up in his eyes.
Forged. And I'll throw down what's left of the sword and I'll run to him and kneel down before gently putting my hand on his shoulder. It's over. It's over. It's okay.
Now, Raymond, with your wits and awareness score that have allowed you to keep this entire time, you did hear gunshots in the other hallway.
After everything's done and concluded, and I take in that there's no more threats in the area, I'm going to run down to the servers.
Okay. So you head down the hallway. Are you staying in your Krynos form?
No, I will start shifting back into Hobbit.
Yeah. So you're down to 1 rage as you shift down. But as you run, booking, you see smoke peeling around the hallway corner. But as you crest the hallway, turning to the other side, you see Delphine in her Krynos form, smashing another Vanessa repeatedly into the ground. You see Stakes devouring the other Vanessa as she's tearing the head off with her large Hispo jaws. You see the server room beyond them on fire.
I will shift down to my Hamid form, going down to 1 rage. And I'm clutching my stomach, which is actively bleeding. And how bad are the flames at this point?
They're bad. You're not getting back into that server room. It's basically blocking the entire doorway.
Even if there was a fire extinguisher nearby?
The servers were exploding as you were going past them. I don't think there's anything worth saving now.
All right. I'll go over to Stakes and put a hand on her back and just, come on, we gotta go.
She lopes alongside you. You can see Raymond, blood seeping out of the side of Stakes' body, and a sizzling still burning away. Delphine, roll me a d10, evens or odds.
Rolled an 8, so evens.
The bullet went in one side of you and came out the other. It is not still lodged in you. However, there is no exit wound on Stakes.
I did get a med kit. I would like us to get to the others because Juniper has better physical medical, with Ray and Juniper, we can potentially get the bullet out together.
She is limping and whimpering a little bit as she walks alongside you. You can still see the sizzling coming out of her side.
Depending on how quickly she's moving, I'm going to turn to her, be like, switch back to Lupus or Hobbit. I will carry you.
Nods her head, switching back into her Lupus form.
I will scoop her up, and I will dead sprint upstairs.
You run down the hallway back to the other hallway leading to the executive offices. Turning the corner, you see Forged and Juniper. Juniper, you see Raymond come around the corner carrying Stakes with Delphine alongside, who is also gripping her stomach.
With everybody being very injured and shot and who knows what the fuck else. After I make sure that Forged isn't gonna just completely fucking crash the fuck out, I will open my backpack, and I'm already getting out the med kit and starting to organize the supplies.
So the rule, as Lupus and Hamid form goes with Silver, as long as you're touching it, you're fine. But if it has pierced you, if it has sliced you, it is still burning. It still affects. Juniper, you have 2 tries to dig the bullet out. If you fail to do so, Stakes will die.
I have a dot in medicine, so I will assist.
I also have a dot in medicine, so I will assist.
I also need to know if Forged's wound, if it went through or not.
Forge, roll me a d10. Evens or odds.
I got a 2, even.
And it went through to the other side. It has an exit wound.
Okay. After doing that assessment, I take a deep breath and my face just changes entirely. It looks like I'm completely devoid of emotion. I'm stoic, and it's like there is no individual, just a working machine. And I'll have the others lay her down and show me the wound as best as I can. Do we have a flashlight?
Sure, that seems like pretty standard gear that you take with you. It'd be in the backpack.
Yeah. I will have Delphine hold the flashlight, and I will have Raymond help keep the wound open, just using like some gauze pads, and I will take some forceps or some, like, what are those called?
Tweezers, force. Yeah.
Yeah. And as best as I can, I will go in to retrieve the bullet.
Okay. Roll me a dexterity and medicine.
Five successes.
As you dig the forceps in, Stakes lets out a whine of pain. Just kind of squirms, but Raymond is there to try and hold her still. Fish around inside the wound. Try to clasp together on it, and you miss. Try again, and you miss. But on the third time, you feel the clink of metal. As you fish the wound or the bullet out, it's still sizzling, with her blood coating it. But the bullet is removed. She will live.
I don't even take a second to even think about how I was successful, and I just immediately start going in to pack the wound because I don't know how long this is going to take to even heal after all of this silver damage. I just immediately go into wound care. And
Wits and medicine.
yeah. Can I still get the extra help die as they're continuing
Yeah.
to help me? Okay.
I don't know if you'll get mine because I was going to say, while she's doing this and while, like, now that Stakes is safe, do I hear the horde making their way up, or are we still safe?
Wits and awareness.
Okay, so since he's doing that, do I not get his help?
I would say no, one less help die.
Okay. I got 6 with a crit.
You are able to pack the wound and stop the active bleeding. It is not able to do any help in turning that aggravated into anything else. Aggravated can't be healed. But she will not bleed out. She will not possibly lose consciousness. So it is effective enough to at least stop any further problems from occurring and allow her to probably heal herself eventually.
I'm going to use a willpower just to ensure that I succeed this, because I want to be sure that I hear these things. And I got 7 with a crit.
Hear ruckus and noise for sure, but it's very, very faint. You had to guess they're probably in the stairwell.
Okay, hearing that and knowing that they're in the stairwell, I'm assuming there's big window and stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's windows along the hallway. Yep.
Is there a fire escape?
Roll me a wits and investigation.
Three successes?
Successes. Looking over those doorways that you passed, all of those offices, you're able to see a very smudged print on one of the signs that says emergency exit.
Okay, clocking that, I will move back to everyone. Okay, so it sounds like the horde is inside. They're in the stairwell. It might take them a little bit longer to bunch up enough to be able to climb up from the broken stairs, but we don't have a lot of time. There's an emergency exit in one of these other rooms. We can go down and avoid them all, but we're gonna have to use the blood bag. Juniper, are you up for doing that again?
Fuck. Yeah. I mean,
If
I
not-
can, but when I used it, it didn't last as long as it should have. So, but I mean, I can. I definitely can. Hopefully, it won't happen again. We'll be able to get out fast enough.
Delphine will pull it out and just we'll hand it to Ray just for him and Juniper to make the decision.
I'm probably the best equipped to handle it from what we know about it. So.
Okay. Yeah, is Stakes good? Stakes able to be moved?
Stakes, yes, she's not gonna bleed out. You're gonna be okay, Mom. But we gotta get going, and I'm gonna just quickly shove everything back into the backpack, and pick up everything that we used pretty much.
I'm gonna loop my arm around Forged so that way he and I are together, because I know I'm better at wits and awareness tests than he is.
I'm gonna, as she does that, I'm gonna look at her and be like, and mouth, keep an eye on him, and then just quickly go back.
We're still been sitting, kneeling over the bloody remains of Vanessa this whole time. He hasn't even been listening to this conversation. All he can hear is the sound of his own heartbeat in his ears. His vision just almost feeling like it's gonna black out as he just feels empty. There wasn't a grand, amazing feeling of revenge. There was no triumphant moment. It was just a bite, a pull, and a punch, and it's over. And he thinks about her face. That there was a monster inside there. It wasn't a human, but it looked human, and that was... He just killed somebody. He never killed someone who looked so human before. He killed a monster on weird leech monstrosity thing on the boat. He killed zombies, but he never killed a human consciously. And as he thinks about that, and all this kind of gets to him, he just pukes on the floor, just letting out his stomach. As he just breathes, just panting, trying to hold himself up.
Come on, we gotta go.
He just looks at you with like a blank face, just. What are we doing? What are we doing?
We're leaving. We gotta go. We need to go. Forge, we gotta go. You need to listen to me. We can get your son, but we gotta go.
He kind of absentmindedly follows, being pulled or pushed in any way. He just kind of goes with it, and he just follows, still panting, as he's just recoiling from what just happened and still processing everything going on.
It's gonna be okay, Forged. You're doing a great job. You're doing a good job. Just keep one foot in front of the other. And I will also like aid in just getting him up and getting going as I grab the pouch of blood and look to Ray and look over at Forged, and I look down at Stakes and make sure that she's like mentally well.
She is whimpering very weakly, but she does lick your hand if you go to pet her or something like that.
I nod down at her and I kind of give like a look of sympathy, like I know it hurts a lot, but I'm glad that you're okay. And I give everybody one last look before I take lead.
Okay. Going through the emergency exit, you find yourself going down a staircase that leads to the outside. Only one door at the bottom of the staircase, out. Bursting through that door, what you see out in the parking lot is nothing short of a massacre. There are body parts all over the place. You can see the dragon is still actively fighting. You also see, on the ground, a human boy, be about 15, 16 years old. Their Hamid form, dead on the ground. The ratkin known as Dodgel was killed. But there are still other infected out here. They just keep coming. As you tear open the bag and start to guzzle the contents of it, as this is your only means of escape, without a long, brutal fight, roll me your stamina and resolve, or stamina and composure.
I'll do that, but can I also make a request to, as we go out, pick up the boy's body along the way?
Sure.
Yeah, the silent strider in me is not gonna leave in.
Sure. I'll allow it.
Okay.
Depending on how this goes.
Yeah. Sorry, I was so focused on that. What was the rule again? I'm sorry.
Composure and stamina.
Okay.
It's still not a pleasant taste, even if you've had it once. It never tastes good.
Okay, so am I still allowed to spend willpower? I just can't heal it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You just can't recover
Okay.
willpower.
I'm gonna spend a willpower. And that is 5 successes with a crit.
Successes with a crit. You're able to stomach it, but roll me that d10 to see what the side effect is.
I rolled a 3.
Okay. As the plume of fog starts to peel off of you, pack dashes across the parking lot. As infected try to reach for you, they come back with only burning stumps, unable to pierce the fog. Stopping to scoop up the body, you end up rushing out through the fenced gate out along the driveway to the rendezvous point out on the street. As you reach the street's edge, the fog dissipates. You've succeeded in your mission. But was the entire operation a success? Won't know until Tuesday. The Hell Hounds did their job this day. They accomplished their objective. This is where our story comes to a close. Because the outcomes of such battles like this aren't singular. Is the threat stopped or just simply stalled? Have to tune in to Rage Across Tampa on Tuesday to find out. But as we bring this episode to a close, we couldn't do so without one last scene. Our scene begins in a snowy forest north of Florida, the state of Vermont. As we track our way through the snow, through the trees, we see two sets of footprints, paw prints more specifically, in the snow. And as we follow behind, tracking these paw prints, as we lift up, we see two wolves. One of them, a light, almost heather brown, who seems to be excitedly running ahead and then stopping to look behind and almost kind of absently like shifting their weight back and forth on their paws as they wait for the gray one, a little bit bigger, a little bit older, catch up. As they continue through the snow in a southerly direction, there is only one destination that remains clear. A fresh beginning, a new start, a different ideology. Tampa. This is where our story comes to a close. Thank you so much to these amazing players. Thank you to everybody who hung in with us for this entire crazy endeavor. Go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media you see listed down below, and come join our community by clicking on that Discord link. And make sure to tune in to Rage Across Tampa on Tuesday to see how this all shakes out. But as for Hell Hounds, we are unfortunately going on a 2-week break as this is the end of our season. But we will be back in 3 weeks for a brand new season of Hell Hounds with new faces, new stories, and new threats to behold. For this amazing cast, I'm Kent. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time. This has been a St. Petersburg by Night production, produced in agreement with the World of Darkness and Dark Pack. Visit our website at stpetebynight.com for more information about all of our productions and how you can become part of our community. Thank you for listening, and until next time, bangs, stakes, and claws out.